what's up? Hello, hi, how's it going? Welcome. It's Critical Eyes. Hello, my name is Megaphone Man. This is Critical Eyes. If you don't know what this is a place where I, experienced DM of many years, watch through Critical Role for the very first time. We are almost through campaign 1. We are on episode 110. This is part 2 of 110. Because we can't even get through a full episode because I talk so much. We talk about the good, the bad, the ugly, the beautiful, and everything in between. Welcome. I am going live relatively suddenly with basically no notification. I should ping my Discord probably. Let me see. Let's see. At Critter. We're live. Or unless there's post notifications that are actually still working. Hey, they are. Oh my gosh. Welcome. Anyways, we are live now very suddenly because I don't know what happened, but my ISP, without notifying me at all, the past couple of days has been having outages. We've been having outages like every day. And whenever I check the outage map, it is like the outage map is just filled. I think we recently had some pretty bad storms in Chicago, and so I have to imagine that it is like ISP infrastructure got hammered or something. Because it's like every day we're having outages. So may or may not be able to stream the whole thing. Might just have to, it might just stop at some point. I will have basically no control over that, and I will probably not try that hard to bring it back up. What will probably happen if the stream crashes is I will try to come back either tomorrow or later tonight, when maybe less bandwidth is being used on the ISP's network as a whole. Who knows? But we're here. I wanted to go live. I wanted to say hi. And also this shouldn't hopefully be an issue for too much longer because we are moving. And the new place is supposed to have better internet. We will see. But I'm excited for that. Let me see here. What's up? Hi, Jonathan. I'm Mike30. Hi, Jonathan again. Delphi. Someone stole my handle. Hello. Let's see. Studio mode. Let me make sure that everything is pulled up correctly. It looks like it is. Let me make sure that my notes are pulled up correctly. They are. Oh my gosh. It's like I'm a freaking professional over here or something. Let me make sure that's in full screen. It is. And whoop, look at that. Ooh, how smooth. Let's see. I think I don't have like a ton to talk about. Other than, okay, I have one thing to talk about. I have a little bit of a rant to go on, actually. No, should I save it? I think I should save it. I think we won't talk about it. I might make like a short about it. I don't know. I've been looking for something to just like make a talking head video about, and this might be the one. Ready for amazing D&D? No idea what's going to happen. Me neither. If you don't know where we are inside of the resurrected, animated something. We're in the corpse of the Earth Primordial. And Thar Amphala is on its shoulders. It's trudging over to Vasselheim, and our brave, intrepid adventurers are going through its bowels as they try to make their way to Tharamfala. The last episode, wasn't a huge fan. And, you know, my stream title maybe hints at that a little bit. Wasn't the biggest fan. I think it kind of stinks because there's a lot that could be really... There's a lot of really cool opportunity with the idea of this resurrected Titan. And I think that there's a lot you could do with that. Specifically, like, one of the things that really sticks out to me is the fact that all of this is basically normal. What is that? Is that a smoothie?
Yeah, it's from the other day.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. I forgot I had made a smoothie the other day. And I was like, is that a smoothie? And she was like, yeah, it's just from yesterday. Ooh. It tastes interesting. Hopefully all of the ingredients were good in the fridge for a day and a half. It tastes interesting. It kind of tastes like dust. I don't really know how to explain it. That's an interesting flavor. Anyways. But yeah, the dungeon itself is a really cool idea, but then like the biggest, I think, like the biggest example of like a weird thing is the fact that it's all upright. Right. And we talked about this a little bit last stream, but like the fact that assumingly the Earth Primordial Titan was laying down, you know, like a corpse, when all of the dwarves built all their shit in it, and then it is now standing up and all of the shit is still somehow upright. How is that happening? Who knows? I mean, there's plenty of ways that we can justify it in the fiction. We can just say, yeah, actually the Primordial Titan was like, maybe he like kind of fell like sideways into a mountain, and so he was like mostly upright and then got buried or something. Like, there are ways we can make it work. I'm not saying it like can't work in the fiction. It's more along the lines of, man, there was a really neat opportunity here to have things like all be on their sides and like make a dungeon that really revolves around the fact that like they are in like a bunch of sideways architecture. That would have been super fun and like very novel as an environment. Like I don't think I would have ever seen anything like that, you know? So I don't know. Couldn't it have been in a sitting position? It could have. It could have been in a sitting position. Yeah. Like like you said, we could even say like, hey, it died relatively standing up. Like, it just like calcified all of a sudden and just like stopped moving. And then like, because of tectonic activity, it got relatively buried in that position. Like, there's plenty of ways to make it work. I don't think any of them are more interesting than having had it be on its side and having all of the architecture be like sideways now that it's walking. I think that would have given it this real, like I said, just very novel feel, but also like speaking to the ancientness of this being. In a way that I don't think is as spoken to with the way it was actually designed and presented. Maybe the dwarves built it all before the Titan died. Did you think of that? I frankly didn't. And I also don't think it makes sense. But, maybe. Yeah. Wasn't it say that the gods killed all the Titans when they came to Exandria or something? Yeah. Yeah, that the first war is when all the Titans were killed. So I mean, like, maybe. It's not wrong, it's just less fun. Yeah, and that's like, I think that probably describes how I feel about the entire dungeon thus far. Like, nothing in the dungeon so far is wrong. And there's, a few folks were even getting on me for maybe being a little bit nitpicky or like being a little bit more like critical than they thought I should be. And like, fair enough. Like I think it's fair to say that maybe I was being a little bit too critical, but yeah, none of it is wrong. It's just way less interesting than it could have been. It is now just like a very generic straight line dungeon that could kind of be anywhere. Like, nothing about this is... At no point am I like, oh yeah, this has to be inside of the Titan. Like, there's some earthquakes from it moving. Like, there's some, like, oh, things are rumbling. But like, that rumbling could just as easily be from, volcanic activity or an earthquake or whatever, These, the fact that we are inside of a moving body just hasn't really been relevant within the fiction or the mechanics. And that is a shame. It's just a shame. And I wish I could like it more. Definitely a cool idea that feels undercooked. Yeah. It's a really cool idea. That's kind of the worst part, is that it's such a cool idea. It's such a cool idea. And honestly, one of the things that I was kind of prepared for is the fact that it's a straight line. I was prepared for it to be a straight line because, they're going up the interior of a thing. Like, we only have a straight line through our body, the straight line with like a couple of offshoots. There's not a whole lot of branching paths within a human body. I think it would be reasonable for a Titan to not have a lot of branching paths. So I was very prepared for that. It's just been like everything else. Like the fight that we had already felt like just super duper filler. The tomb felt like filler. It just all feels very filler-y to me, and not very like intentionally placed, which is a shame. But missed it if it already came. Have we gotten the flavor text for Grog's knuckles yet? Yes, one of the first things, like, we knew that Grog's knuckles were from the corpse of the Earth Primordial, I think since he got them. I actually think it was the flavor text given in Sphinx Mountain for them. I don't know what Kamal Jaori's lair is actually called. I just call it Sphinx Mountain. But I actually think that's been like one of the oldest bits of lore, which is very interesting actually, now that I think about it. And to be positive towards Matt, because I like to be positive. I don't like to be super negative. To be positive, cool way of bringing in some pre-established connection to the players. Like, the players, broadly, and Grog more specifically, have a direct connection to the Earth Titan in this case. Because he could have made it the Fire Titan probably just as easily. It's just like, make it like magma-ish, and you could still have it like carry Thar and Vala, but they have no direct connection to any sort of magma Titan. So I think making it the Earth Titan is a solid pick, given the connection via the Titan Stone Knuckles. Yeah. So, I mean, and that's like, I can compliment the idea like fucking 10 days out of the week. Like, it's a really good idea. It's a really cool setup. Thar and Vala being carried on the shoulders is so fun. Like, I love a good flying city trope. I'm a fan of the flying city. Sue me, lock me up. But this is sort of flying city-esque without without actually flying. It's a weirder, wackier version of a flying city in a way that I really enjoy. I really like the idea of it. But yeah, I don't know. A lot of the prep isn't singing to me. The players are making crazy decisions that I can't even begin to understand in some cases. And some of Matt's decisions, I'm like, man, like, we could really speed this shit up, you know? I don't know. Oh, thank you for the gift, Ivo. What is a marshmallow high? What is that? What? For 100 jewels? What's a jewel? Did they make this shit like TikTok? That sounds like some TikTok type stuff. Am I... What the hell is going on? I don't know. I was testing this feature, but hi, Ivo. I mean, I know you, Ivo. That's crazy. I've never seen that before. Show your supports. There's a jewel. That's crazy. I don't know what the hell is going on there. If you got those jewels for free, I mean, thank you. Apparently, I was granted 1,000 gems. Neat. That's cool. Look, if that's YouTube's answer, like, I think that if YouTube live streaming really, really, really wants to take the throne away from Twitch, they need some equivalent of primes, like prime membership or prime subs. And if they do that via jewels or whatever, more power to them. I actually think it would be cooler to have it be on a currency so that you could spread it out between multiple channels instead of the Prime membership, which only can go to one person. But I see no jewels, but I did notice I had a milestone message. You don't have any jewels? I don't know how this shit is working. That's crazy. 6-7 for 67 jewels. I don't know. Maybe I'll look into that later. That's crazy. Google loves the partial rollout. I assume I just haven't been selected yet. They do love a partial rollout. That's true. And it seems to work with them. So I can't complain about YouTube nowadays. I think every other fucking thing I use is being shitified, and YouTube just rolled out a feature where I can turn off shorts. I feel like for all the faults that YouTube has, they're the only ones that aren't progressively iterating towards shitification, at least entirely. But whatever. I'm taking a look at these and they seem like glorified emotes. Probably. I mean, look, if it's just another way to spend money, bleh. If it's a thing that can be like a currency that they will give you some for free for something, even if they give it to like YouTube premium members but not non-premium members, whatever. I think that would be how you attack Twitch, because I think that Twitch is being entirely supported by Prime memberships, like by Prime subs. Like, it's I think the real underpinning of Twitch as like an offering at this point. So anything that would attack that, I'd be happy with, because I like YouTube streaming otherwise. But anyways, with that, I think let's just get freaking into it. I don't want to rush things too much, but I also my internet is like a concern. So I do want to get rolling here, I think. Yeah, let's do it. It is so quiet. Holy shit. Why is it so quiet? Is that on my side? Is that not on my side? What's going on? You gotta I am using a new browser. It's probably that browser went into a different bucket. Let's try it now.
Wenge dice vault.
There we go.
For one of you guys winners from our friends over at Wormwood. This is the same wood that I use for my dice box over here. For tonight,
you will win Matthew Mercer's wood.
Jesus.
Tonight.
God damn it.
No?
That works. So yeah,
Hell yeah.
head over to the Twitch chat if you want to be entered in this when called for in the Twitch chat. Tonight's code word is Titan, Titan. Enter.
Oh, wait, I'm early. What the heck? I'm way early. 31:08 is what I should be at. There we go.
All right. So,
Sorry about Matt's wood.
bringing it back in.
We have a cool belt.
As you've left the pool and the body behind, you continue further into this chasm.
Oh man, that's gonna be a good talk later. Not that we heard anything about what you just did.
I mean, you might have seen a corpse in the
Look, I said it last time. I'll say it again. I support Vax here. Absolutely. I even vaguely recognized what that thing was, and I'm still killing it. Like, I don't, why the fuck am I gonna trust this thing in here? This isn't a video game. This isn't like there's a random merchant in this dungeon that is doing no business, because how could he? No, this thing dies. It dies.
water floating as you walk
I don't
out.
pay attention to that shit.
Okay.
All right, so
I wanted to look in the chamber and see if there was anything else interesting, like before we walked out.
there are a number of dwarven buildings in the vicinity. Some of them
it.
partially or completely collapsed. Some, as mentioned, had fallen from outcroppings and platforms that have since fallen into the center of the chamber.
It's almost as if this room was meant to introduce them.
Stop it.
I rolled a perception that was 20.
I didn't roll it.
Oh, you didn't roll yet? Okay, yeah. That's right, you rolled.
Did you perceive a dead body in the water?
29.
29.
You know what? I'm not I'm not gonna harp on too much more about the end, but I will point out Travis saying it's almost like this room was meant to introduce something. I just want to point this out to more firmly hit home a point that I sometimes make, but I don't think is oftentimes like valued for what I'm kind of making the point of. In that your players know what's up more than you think they do. Like, your player, especially good players that you train well and that train you well, they are going to be able to pick up on when you are laying down a hook. Now, as this scene demonstrates, you cannot rely on them interacting with that hook as, you know, maybe you intended them to interact with it, but they're going to understand when it's a hook being placed in front of them quite a lot of the time. And you can use that both to your advantage and your disadvantage, especially if you modify the amount of descriptiveness that you give for various things. And this is why I mentioned the, like, training of players. I talk about training your players sometimes. And training them with, like, this amount of description means you should probably, like, make or pay more attention to this room or this area is something you can really play around with as a GM. It's a good way, like, establishing that of, like, a higher amount of description means you should pay attention. Establishing that can be really nice as a shortcut towards making them pay attention. But it can also be actively subverted, right? You can actively subvert. You can give less description on something you maybe want to surprise them with. You can also have some negatives to that. You can have some negatives where maybe you just don't give an amount of description on accident, or maybe because you're not feeling super great that day. And you know, aren't ready to give, like, the monologue that you have established a thing of this level to deserve, right? So it's I don't think there's a, like, correct answer to how to train your players on this thing or what route to take yourself on this, on, like, having their, like, training their awareness of what you are presenting them. But it's something to keep in mind that, like, it is a thing they will pick up on. If you consistently show them that in your world at this table, you present things in a certain way, they will pick up on that. And you can use that to actively subvert your past. You can use it to lean into it. But you should be aware of it. Liam still gets jokingly griefed for that decision to this day, I'm pretty sure. You will never get grief from me. Never from me. I'm on Liam's side. That was the correct decision. You just made me realize why my players likely interpreted my benign group of people as evil. I described an element of them that I usually don't, and they took that as more meaningful sign than meant. It's something that I struggle with actively. I've been thinking a lot about it in my games because I recently had several moments of misinterpretation where I thought that I was presenting things in one way and my players took it in a totally different way. And it really does come down to, I think, in large part, that training, when you show them what to expect of you, when you establish those expectations. Because, as I have also said repeatedly in the past, D&D is a game of infinite possible detail. There is no end to the level of detail that you can present as a GM. You have to abstract things to some level. You have to abridge or average or in some way abstract your descriptions to some level, and you're going to go more or less into some details than others. And just being aware of what you're doing, I think, is going to lend so much progress to getting better. I feel like this also kind of happened in recent C4 eps. I think it is a thing that every GM of every level has to deal with, because we are not perfectly consistent beings. Right? We are not perfectly consistent. I talk about consistency all the time. And it's probably because I just think about it all the time, because I'm not very consistent naturally. So it's something I have to really consciously think about. In my tone, in what sort of sensory things am I describing? Am I describing their clothing, their hairstyles, their facial features, right? I had two NPCs that were really not supposed to be that big of a presence in my campaign. They were more supposed to hint at the identity of someone else. But my players continually come back to them because I described their facial features. And I've heard my players out loud say, Mega wouldn't have described what their faces looked like if it wasn't important. And I'll tell you, it was not important. It was not important in the slightest. But I realized in that moment, I so rarely describe facial features. I just happened to with these two guys, that it made them convinced I was pulling on a trope that I wasn't. I was pulling on a disguise trope where oh, maybe these guys are going to be dressed up in some other outfit, because the other thing that I did was I described their outfits in a little bit more detail than I normally do. All of these things were just me trying to characterize these characters, right? I described the ranger guy as having a hawkish features, big nose, kind of angular cheekbones. I described the other guys bigger, bulkier. I more wanted to highlight the dichotomy between them. It's kind of like a buddy cop thing. But I also described their outfits quite a lot. And so now my players are convinced oh, we're going to see these two guys in different outfits, and it will be up to us to identify them via their facial features. Now, honestly, I may or may not work that into a future thing. Frankly, it's a thing that they're thinking about enough that I'm well, shit, I could work that into something else. They're still on the table for me to use. And maybe I will, work in a little bit of a disguise thing at some point. I don't know. But it's something to be aware of. Your players are picking up on those sorts of things whether you like it or not. So the best case scenario, or the best like way to handle it, I think, is just to be aware of it and just to think about potential ways you can use it to the benefit of everyone at the table. Yeah. I normally don't describe clothes. I've done slightly more world building than normal and described their work outfits. They saw matching outfits and jumped to literal cult. Yeah. Yeah, it makes sense to me. It happens. Yeah. Yeah. Easy ammunition they've given you now. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. And like I said, I didn't have anything planned for those guys, and I don't know that it'll be super easy for me to work them back in because it's just been a while since they were relevant, and I haven't really been thinking about where they've been in between, like then and now. But I am considering it. Like, I'm keeping it open within my prep. Like, oh, could I work those guys in? I don't know. Who's to know? Who's to say? And I've definitely like taken that sort of thing and gone the opposite way with it, where it's like, man, for some reason the description I gave for this character is just like not sticking with the players. They do not give a shit about this character. I might just have to like drop them from future quest lines because they really don't give a shit about this character. So it's something to be aware of, and I think that that little bit with Travis highlights the awareness that your players do have.
Glancing about, there's a continuation of the path, which the chasm seems to be pinching a bit the further forward you go, like it's closing in. And you see, it looks like 6 dwarven households or structures that could be entered, that look at least structurally enough sound where they're standing.
Mm-hmm. They don't look like, do they look rich, or do they look?
From this perspective, everything looks pretty wrecked.
Okay. Okay. We're in a hurry, right? Yeah. I'm not gonna go search for stuff.
All right. Continuing forward, the chasm does eventually, and the floor continues to ascend upward as you reach the edge of where...
Dude. Oh my gosh. The whole, like, we're in a hurry, I'm not going to take my time to search it. If you've been around the channel for a while, you might remember a few months ago when I was talking about how I experimented with some exploration mechanics. And I talked about after the fact, a little after action report, about how the timers I had placed on my players were so pressing that they did not feel that they could spend the time to explore. Like, in fiction, the timers felt so pressing that they didn't feel like they could justify having their characters just explore something. So it's just something. They just didn't feel like they could justify that to themselves. After they said it, I was like, oh my gosh, yeah, totally. Like, they are on the clock. They are, like, in a bad way. They're in a bad place. They do not know what's going on here. Like, they cannot take the time to just explore and fuck around a little bit. And there's definitely a bit of that there that we just heard Laura vocalize of, we don't have time to explore 6 random houses, right? These houses are not ostensibly connected to anything, and none of the dwarf stuff is ostensibly connected to Vecna, right? So these houses don't seem to be, like, relevant to any, like, puzzle coming up or any, like, necessary understanding of the dungeon. And beyond that, none of the dwarf stuff seems like it will be relevant to Vecna. So they have double irrelevancy. They really, like, they don't seem, now on the inside it might be different, who knows what Matt has prepped, but they don't seem relevant to anything, and we have a really strict timer that we're under. It's really tough to justify just, like, going and looting a random location, especially after they wasted so many resources on that tomb, on that grave. Where they wasted all of these resources and then got, a cool hammer out of it. The hammer's, cool, don't get me wrong, but was it worth the time and resources that they spent if they are going to fight Vecna in a sec? Probably not. Probably not. And I think that they kind of realized that after the fact. Yeah. I feel that unfortunately a sideways dungeon in the body of a now resurrected fallen titan would be very difficult to map out for the DM whilst being able to describe for the players without a 3D map. Also high. I can see there being challenges with it, to be sure. But also, like, consider that this is in a cave. This is not just a regular area that you're inverting. This isn't, the mirror dimension in Doctor Strange, where there's like open sides. This is an area where most of the terrain can very justifiably be a circular tunnel. So the difference between which way is down is mostly aesthetic in these sorts of tunnels. Now, having to go up some like vertical shafts or, whatever, like most of the tunnels are probably going to be built side to side, depending. But I think there's a lot that you could play with in terms of just tunnels, just period, within this sort of environment. On top of that, right now, we're in a chasm, right? Right now, they came out of a tunnel, and this is going to be like from their POV, right? From their POV, there's like a long, thin chasm with many stories of dwarven stuff built into the sides of the chasm, right? If I can, let's see, kind of build. Yeah, it's going this way. I don't know if this looks reasonable or not. But it's a fault. It's like a big, long vertical tunnel. This could very easily get turned directly on its side, and now you have, instead of buildings built into it, now you have like pits that they have to like climb down into, and they're standing on walls and such. So I think that there's a lot of aesthetic detail. Now, I do agree that it would be difficult. It would certainly be difficult. I'm not contesting that. Representing verticality in 3D space is a challenge in D&D and just at the tabletop in general. I think you would probably need 3 separate maps. If I was going to say, you would need like the map of the chasm, like of the chasm on its side, and then you would probably need a second map just to represent all of the, like the first layer of the buildings built into the side here, and then probably a third map to represent like the second level. And then you just don't map out these levels up here, I think you just don't map those out. It is tough to say just don't map those out because they do have a lot of access to flight. And if you wanted to go nutso mode and map these out and make like 5 maps, I think that you could. But it is, I think it would have to like go in. Oh wait, I didn't hit select. I hit interact instead. But I think that is like the kind of general direction you'd have to go in for mapping this sort of experience out. But I think with the caves and like the generic tunnels, I don't think there would be much of an issue at all. It would mostly be describing the aesthetics and like making it clear which way was supposed to be up. So like having part of it be a little bit flat, or have part of the cave be like paved and have the paved side be like on like the left wall or something. Have them be like walking on like engravings that would have originally been on the walls. It's I think it wouldn't be that difficult, or how do I say this? I think overall, it actually wouldn't be that difficult to map out in theory. But if you wanted this larger area, like with the chasm, it would be a practical consideration of like moving your players between the different levels and communicating those different levels to the players. Should probably only take that on if you're like really fucking into this idea. But I think there's still a lot of potential there, frankly. And especially like with there being this big lake in the middle, I think that like having parts of the tunnels that were originally above water now be underwater, like you could make it a relatively normally mapped dungeon, but just have everything turned on its side, right? You could have most of the buildings be demolished or ruins or whatever so that you don't have to deal too much with the leveling. You could have it be on like kind of one level because the Titan is now sideways and everything is like fallen down and it's, rumbling and everything. You could just have like these kind of ruined heaps of rubble with maybe the occasional structure still standing. And have maybe that structure be up on a wall or, have there be like puzzles involved with like reaching the things on the walls. Not to say it wouldn't be challenging. Again, I want to agree with you. Like it would be a challenge, but I think it is ultimately doable if you want it to be. Now, would it make the best streamed content? Maybe, maybe not. But it would have been an interesting swing. And I don't think there's anything going on in this dungeon that is interesting enough to justify not taking the swing, right? Because like these aren't the only two alternatives. There's like take the big swing, have everything be sideways, and do a crazy sideways dungeon. And then there's what we have here, but there's some stuff in between, right? You could just treat it all vertically, say that the Titan was sitting when it fell, and so they built everything vertically. But then like also make an interesting dungeon on top of it, right? Like if you're not going to deal with that, work in more of the Titan walking. Like I'd really like to see more that has to do with like the internals of this Titan and like the way that it is organized and the fact that like as things are walking, different things are falling, different like rubble is coming crashing down. I'd like to see a little bit more done with that than just the occasional trap of falling stone, right? It's very generic at the moment, which is okay. It's just not very interesting to me. I doubt we see the internal climb of the Titan in animation. I bet we just get the cool visual of the Titan walking from the outside. Probably. Spoiler that the animated hasn't gotten this far yet. No, I think I knew that. Because this is like the very end, and I know that I don't even think they're through the Chroma Conclave, right? Or they just ended the Chroma Conclave or something. I saw like an Amazon Prime fucking, and it's Thordak. Like I saw like a fucking thing for the animated show at one point that was like, look at Thordak. So I think they're still focused on the Chroma Conclave at the moment, from my very limited knowledge, because I did not look into it afterward. But I was being tongue-in-cheek about being a spoiler. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. But yeah, I don't know. I do fully agree that like it would be a difficult thing to do, but I think it would be worth a try rather than just something like this.
Where the earth begins to meet to pinch to the edge of the chasm, and there the tunnel continues anew. There are stairs that continue for about 25 or 30 feet beyond as you ascend to the steps. They begin to vanish beneath more loose earth and stone for another 20 or so feet before re-emerging again in places. About 40 feet past that, the tunnel ends at a set of heavy stone 8-foot doors. The surrounding cavern has slid in places, but it doesn't appear to be burying the door to a certain extent. They're just closed. You don't see any handles. You don't see any keyhole entry point. They're just 2 stone slabs. They're simple. They're smooth. There's no intricate scrolling. There's no dwarven text. They're just impeding your progress.
Let's have a look.
Doors?
Around them.
Not doors.
Terrible. Okay.
21.
18.
Okay. There does not appear to be any locking mechanism. There doesn't appear to be any traps around it. They're just two stone slabs that are just jammed together.
No hinges, no nothing.
No.
Yes,
What?
Greg.
Oh, no, I just had a tickle up my throat.
Did you want to smash your way through this very loudly?
Oh, did you want me to smash through this very loudly?
No.
Oh, you would gently, not quite with a push, maybe?
Yeah, maybe just try to push it first.
Fine. Can I push? Wait. Yeah, can I try pushing on one of the slabs, the right slab?
Sure. Make a strength check.
Vax is backing the fuck up.
Yep, no, back on those.
24.
24. You put both hands and push, and your fingers kind of dig into the stone. It cracks around the exterior where you push about an inch into the stonework with your gauntlets. And as you push, you watch as the surrounding edges of the stone door, this is the right or the left one?
The right one.
The right one, right. You watch as where it meets the stone, cracks begin to form at the edge. And with one shift, it seems to push forward and you actually broke whatever mechanism was holding it in place and caused that side of the door to just fall inward.
Hey, I love a strength check. I love giving our strength boys something to do in exploration. I'll hold my hands up and I'll say, I love a strength check.
As it hits the ground, you hear the echo.
Well, I know a saying for this. They make them like they used to.
That's yeah.
It's relevant.
Yeah.
It kind of
Yeah.
accurate.
Can I see anything immediately in the setting?
perception check.
Hey, yeah.
It is pitch black inside. There is no light or light source. So,
Pike's still got her.
Modifier of 0, 18. I have dark vision. Because
yeah, yeah, not bad. All right, so you glance now inside the lightless chamber. First off, the smell of rot and stale time, I guess I could say, just a dusty, old, ancient, untouched scent just wafts from the chamber.
Really old fart.
Yeah. Sure.
Within, as you
Real old fart. Okay, the dog is asking to be let out. I have to close the door when I stream. And she wanted to leave. All right. Oh no, we just barged in on two big rocks fucking. Look, I love a strength check. Even if that's not what Matt had in mind, a 24, fuck yeah. Let him barge it down. Who knows what that was. The only, like, and this is again, if like we're not doing the, like, you know, weird sideways dungeon or whatever, if we're not gonna do that, then suddenly the, like, straight lininess of this dungeon is a little bit more I might say egregious to me. Cause, like, you know, for example, or I guess not example, but like for what has happened, they came in here, there was a trap, and then there was a fight, and then there was this little treasure area. I suppose I'll call that a yellow, because it was treasure. And then we have gotten to, and then we went to the chasm, nothing there. Then there was a lake, and we'll call that lake area blue, not just because it's a lake, but because there was clearly a guy there ready to do something to them, or for them. And then there are these stone doors, and actually, you know what, we'll call the stone doors, a red line, because they were more of an obstacle path than anything else. And then there's something, you know, going on inside of here. We don't know what it is yet. But that, you know, this sort of dungeon layout, there's not a lot of decision making going on here, right? So it's like, even if we're not going to, like, take the weird novel stab at, like, doing the sideways dungeon, then I would love to see, you know, something more interesting on the baseline version of the dungeon. And my, like, when we first were talking about this dungeon, my very first instinct on what to do here is to break out an old anatomy textbook and, like, look at the human body and be like, all right, intestines here, there's a liver over here, there's kidneys, there's a stomach. I don't know. Dude, I'm so bad at anatomy. Don't take any of this. Take all of these things with a grain of salt. But you could, there's a lung or something. Like, you could do, I think, some really fun theming around a lot of these areas within the Titan. If you make them all, kind of anatomical. And you could then have some very interesting and fun branching paths with the dwarves then having moved in, right? Because even if in, say, a normal body, there's one path down and through, even if it's confusing, the dwarves almost certainly would have cut extra passageways. They would have cut shortcuts. They would have cut all of these other things. But these shortcuts are also almost certainly crumbling around them because this Titan is now reactivated. It's, interiors are working. I'd also love to see like some sort of like Titan antibodies or something, which maybe was what the fight in here was. Like maybe these little like mud guys were the antibodies. But I'd be much more interested in seeing those be a consistent threat that have clear foreshadowing of when they're going to show up and like how to deal with them. Like I'd love to see the players learn how to like avoid the antibodies, right? Really get them in the mindset of like we're like a virus inside of this body. Because again, like one of the most interesting things that I think about this is that they are, in theory, inside of a living or unliving, I guess in this case, creature, right? Like that is so interesting. The fact that they're inside of this thing and like working their way around in there is so fucking cool. I'll see you later, Rose. It's so interesting. And so working in more of that stuff while you have the dwarven machinations, while you have like the dwarven things to make it an actual dungeon, right? So you have like the body stuff there to provide threats and theming, and then you have the dwarven stuff there to make it a more comprehensive dungeon diving experience, right? You provide loot via the dwarves. You provide interesting pathing via the dwarves, right? Even if the original route is all one straight line, the dwarves can provide some of those branching paths to you that can make the entire dungeon much more interesting. And you could do even more with like the way that the infrastructure of the dwarves is being actively torn down by the immune system of this dungeon. Maybe even providing a very explicit timeline on like, okay, the longer you guys take, the less and less dwarven infrastructure will be there for you guys to use. Like they might be able to witness some of the antibody elementals like tearing down old like dwarven tunnels. Like it might be one of the first things they see, and then like they witness this, and then all of the antibodies turn towards them and they get in that first fight. So they get an immediate indication of like, okay, this is what the antibodies are doing. They're tearing stuff down, and we could maybe get some more evidence of that later on as well. But we can then also have the antibodies sensory stuff be interesting, right? We can get maybe a little bit Walking Dead in here of like maybe the antibodies, if you like smear yourself with the mud of the Titan, maybe they suddenly don't recognize you. Or maybe they like know you're there, but maybe their tremor sense doesn't work if you cover your boots in the mud or something. They might even be able to meet something like not an Etten. I can't remember what the fun guy next to the lake was. But they could maybe meet a guy who's been surviving in here and he knows the way to survive in here. We can make this a very like zombie horror-esque little sequence. And even if they kill that guy, they would find these like weird survival techniques. Again, even if they kill him, that maybe indicate to them how they can survive the antibodies if they want to make their way through this living organism. So I don't know. I think there's a lot of interesting ideas, even if we don't go with the sideways dungeon, because bringing it back to the previous statement, it would be really hard to do a sideways dungeon. So I think there's also something really interesting that you could do in looking at like, what does an elemental's fucking gut microbiome look like? There's a lot of interesting questions that I think could be explored there.
When you glance inside, you find a single chamber before you that splits off into two other chambers, all rectangular, and there are two other sub-chambers that are beyond you. They stand about 20 feet tall at the height, and about 40 foot wide on the one that's the farthest side, and you can't make it far past the secondary chamber to the right. And it's asymmetrical. One seems closer than the other. There's essentially three chambers that are all attached together with small entryways that lead to each. The floor here is covered in flaked shale, dirt.
Wait. Let me understand that. You find a single chamber that splits off into two.
You find a single chamber before you that splits off into two other chambers, all rectangular, and there are two other sub-chambers that are beyond you. They stand about 20 feet tall.
Okay, so it splits. So it's one sub-chamber, or it's one chamber, and then two sub-chambers. Okay, we've got another branch, but I think it's probably a fake branch. We'll see.
At the height, and about 40 foot wide on the one that's the farthest side, and you can't make it far past the secondary chamber to the right. And it's asymmetrical. One seems closer than the other. There's essentially
Love asymmetry.
three chambers that are all attached together with small entryways that lead to each. The floor here is covered in flaked shale, dirt, the occasional glitter of some sort of errant coin or gold piece or copper piece. At this point, again, you hear the distant of a titan footfall. The chamber shakes, and a fresh layer of dust kind of falls, clouds a bit before resting to the floor. That's the most you can make out just at first glance inside this chamber.
There's more tunnels.
Looking for traps, dead guys from the door.
Okay.
Can I do a peek and check to see for signs of any cave-in potentials?
Sure.
Potential cave-ins?
I will say you make a perception check.
Can I feel if there's any wind coming from one of the tunnels, like there's an opening somewhere that leads out?
Perception.
With your face?
Yeah, I want to feel the wind on my face.
28.
Glancing about, this chamber is very well made. In fact, the structure, based on the smatterings of gold in the ground, and glancing about.
I like your idea as a player, but watching them wander around learning about fantasy biology would ruin the stakes for me as a viewer. Really? What, I guess what stakes in this case? Like, I guess my proposition is for, like, it to be necessary for them to, like, be able to get through the dungeon, that they, like, understand the ecosystem, essentially. Like, they, maybe I don't know where the fuck antibodies in real life come from. The spleen, maybe? I don't know, the liver? But maybe, like, the path that they need to take goes past, the main antibody center of production, right? And so in order to get past that, they're going to need to know how to deal with them. And so they can explore the dungeon trying to figure out how to deal with them. And so I guess what do the stakes that you lose as a viewer, what are those? Because I am curious. I don't watch a lot of actual plays outside of stream. So I am not exactly certain what you mean of, like, losing the stakes as a viewer, especially if you agree as a player. But I'm curious. White blood cells, largely. It just reminds me of an animated show doing an episode about diabetes while the orchestra is trying to get pumped. Okay. You're essentially... Okay. you're saying that it's more like it would feel like tonally disconnected? Like it wouldn't feel there wouldn't be like a gravitas to it, I suppose. That is like equivalent to what it should be. I think that is fair if we frame the entire thing in school talk. I think the problem is that most of our, like, at least my experience with like anatomy and biology mostly comes from school. You know, I don't really deal with it in my real life. So I'm thinking about this much less in the, it feels educational. Yeah. Trying to mix learning with action. I feel you. I think that's a really good point to bring up, is that this is maybe an interesting angle as a world builder, but you do have to really keep your tone in mind as a GM, even for your players, right? Because even if your players get into it, if they're into it for the wrong reasons, that could be detrimental towards the arc as a whole, right? If you're kind of taking them off on this little side tangent adventure. I think what Mega's describing is more like Sphinx Mountain, a name is earned investigation. In that vein, sort of. I'm trying to think of a critical role thing to compare it to. Because what I'm imagining in terms of how it actually plays, I'm picturing it more like a zombie apocalypse segment. Where, like, yes, these are antibodies, but I think it is important to note that as a GM, I probably shouldn't call them antibodies. I should probably allow the players to make that connection if they want, but not bring it into the realm of biology too much in the actual descriptions. I need to lean, if I'm doing this idea, I think it is important to lean into the horrific and violent nature of our internals and like of our body as like a system, right? And so not leaning into, okay, these are antibodies, they're made in these areas, right? Those are all things they need to learn. But more, I think what would be like an interesting gameplay experience would be more of, I'm trying to think of how to search for this. It's like Walking Dead, first time they put on gore to make it through the zombies. Right. It's like this. I think this is the scene. Nope, this isn't the scene. Well, shit. Well, there's a scene very early on in The Walking Dead where they discover that if you cover yourself in gore and viscera and like in dead stuff, that the walkers will not chase you. And then as they're moving through, it starts raining and all of their gore starts getting washed off, and the zombies start to recognize them, and they have to, make a break for it, and the plot and drama happens afterward. And I think that's the tone that would need to be leaned into here, right? These are not faceless, amorphous things. I do think they should be like elementals, but they should also feel kind of mechanical, right? They should feel like they have rules. Yes, Amarok. Yeah, you feel like it might be a defense mechanism. Yes. And of the Titan body itself. Yeah. And we could make them very scary. Like, we can make them like ravenous and ghoulish almost, and really, again, lean into that horror, and let them draw the sort of science parallels themselves. We just talk about it being like an autonomous defense system. like antibodies fighting off a virus. Exactly. Like, I think that could be an interesting overall conceit in terms of mechanics, right? I think there's a lot of interesting mechanics that could be gained, and a lot of like dungeon design inspiration that could be gained there. But I think you're dead on, Pashan, in terms of you don't want to make it feel too educational for this type of scenario. Maybe back in the Chroma Conclave or something, where like we're learning about the dragons and there's not a huge timeline, like huge time pressure on us, constantly at our heels. Or maybe in the Feywild, we could view it as a little bit more ecological. And have it be a little bit more of like a field study sort of tone. But I do think for this, especially with the fact that they have timers, right? They have like a big pressure pushing them forward. I do think it would be better to lean into the violence and the horror of this sort of what it would be like to actually be inside of our body, because our body's a horrific, violent place. And I think you could do that really well, especially with the crumbling dwarven infrastructure, right? I think there would be a lot of good opportunities to tonally relate it back to the to totally relate it back to the horror and the apocalypse sort of imagery. If we show these elementals like tearing down all of the dwarven infrastructure, right? They're tearing down anything, and maybe even eating. Maybe they're eating all of the dwarven cities, like gross ants, mud elemental ants. I think that could be probably a better tone to focus on in terms of the actual in the moment description. Yeah, it's a good point. Yeah. It's dungeon meshy. What you were asking for is dungeon meshy, aka delicious in dungeon. To an extent, I mean, I'm essentially asking for like ecosystem as obstacle, right? Ecosystem as adversary, right? These things are not bad or evil. They are just filling their niche within the ecology of the area. And I'm just a big proponent of working in ecology whenever you can. Whenever it is like justified to do so. So I think Dungeon Meshi is a great inspiration. But I mean, I haven't read the manga. I've only watched the anime, so forgive me if I'm wrong here, but I don't believe the dungeon in Dungeon Meshi is like a guy. I don't think the entire thing is like a dude, a fella. Whereas this one, is a little bit more in that wave. Yeah. The human body on a small scale is a great setting horror. Yeah, right? I think there's a lot of fun inspiration that could be had there for like a very horrific little dungeon. Yeah. Off topic, I hate the fact that the stream is out of sync between mobile and web. At least for me, web is 2 to 3 seconds behind. That sucks. I don't know why that is. That is weird. I wonder if it's the same on Twitch. Like, I wonder if there's like something to do with like desktops versus like how mobile streaming is delivered or like where it's cached. I don't know. I don't want to get into I know just enough about networking to like do things that I want in my home. I have no desire to learn more about networking. It seems like a fucking shit show in there. I don't want to know anything about it.
The way it's built, this looks to be specifically a vault.
It's a vault.
This once contained probably a portion of the wealth of the people of this town.
Oh, boy, somebody rolled this place.
We don't hear anybody or anything?
18, not at the moment, no.
18 investigation check for traps and dead guys.
Okay.
25 for wind.
Ooh.
There is a faint bit of airflow through the chamber now that this door is open.
Oh, Can I tell where it's coming from?
It is coming from the front of you and to the right. The chamber that you haven't been able to look past entirely, to the right. You glance about the entryway now, it's open before you. There does not appear to be any trapped mechanism in front of you. There are areas where some of the walls have kind of caved in slightly. Like the ceiling is solid, but there are portions where some of the wall has come in, and you can see where rock slides have kind of come to rest on each side, filled in some of the corners. There are like piles of rags and other kind of wayward bits of materials that have been left behind and kind of left to rot or sit. There's like kind of an awful, almost citrusy rot smell coming from one of the far chambers on the left.
Citrusy rot, for sure. Okay, so there's some... man! See, and this is why I sometimes get frustrated, because Matt knows how to fucking do it, right? When we're in this chamber... and Matt says, you know, oh, the two options in front of you are identical, that's a fucking choice. He clearly knows how to differentiate these, like, branching options, right? Like, he knows it's like, ooh, it's like a citrusy rot to the left instead of, like, the general rot. It's like, okay, there's, like, food or fruit or something over there. Like, ooh, what's going on over there? Like, these are the sorts of things that you can do, and just making them asymmetric broadly. Like, that's just that little bit is enough to give them a little bit of a distinguishment between going right and left. Fantastic. This little vault room is awesome. I don't know where we're going from here. Like, it's a vault with two entrances? Because assumingly they're still going in a straight line, right? They went from the lake area, I think, through the only exit and into this vault, right? So is it a vault with two entrances? That'd be kind of strange for a vault. But maybe it is. I don't know. We'll see. But I like the distinguishment going on between the different areas in this vault. It's very nice.
I drag in the...
And we know, obviously. I mean, it goes without saying. We're working in some smells, people. We're working in. We can't see anything in this vault, but we know there's organic material in here. Right? We know that there is something rotting. And that is enough to put you on edge. Because who knows? Did it die naturally? Did it die of suffocation? Did it die of predators? Why are things dead or rotting? Rotting also implies a certain time scale, right? Eventually things stop rotting, right? Eventually things go cold. Or not cold, I guess, but I don't know, they get desiccated fully, and they don't smell anymore. So has this place just been sealed up tight? And so it's still like contains all of the smell, and it hasn't, like, you know, when the air pressure changed, it whipped all that up? Maybe. Or maybe the rot is from something fairly recent. So smell can do a lot, just saying.
Human, escort him in, and go ahead and light up my hands.
Okay, your hands open up. Pike has her mace. Do you come in as well?
Sure,
Right, so you've all walked into the chamber.
I think there's an exit ahead and to the right.
As you're glancing and kind of doing your investigation, looking around, you notice, to confirm that this was once a vault that held quite a bit of wealth, you look at the base of the wall, the parts that you can see that aren't buried, and you can see scrapes and grooves, hundreds of them, like they were once just many, many coins and other heavy metallic materials that were placed in here that were just scraped against the stone as they were once.
On the ground.
On the ground, about like maybe 3 inches off the ground, you can see this layer of metallic scrapes across the stonework that this...
That's an interesting little detail. That's fun. I like that. I mean, he's kind of... It's not like super interesting to me, I guess. Mostly because he's just kind of giving it to them. Right? This isn't... It's just like a little piece that goes to prove something that he told them, not even something that they theorized. And it's weird. I don't even want to be too critical of that necessarily, but I do want to, like, draw your attention to it, of, like, that's the sort of environmental detail that could lead your players towards a conclusion that you want to lead them towards, right? That's like a really cool detail. I've never thought about that sort of thing. And if he had just told them, like, hey, you see all these little, like, scrapes and grooves along the walls, just gave them that, that would be kind of interesting. They'd be thinking about it. They'd be like, oh, why are there scrapes and grooves? That's interesting. That's weird. But instead, Matt is already given you that it's a vault, and then afterward giving you environmental description that he then actively tells you, yeah, this confirms to you that it was a vault. And I'm very guilty of this. I want my players to know my lore, right? I like my world building. Amrock, I think this is, you're hitting what I'm putting down. I experience this constantly. I like the shit I world build. I like the shit I prep. And I want my players to get it. I want my players to know what's going on. And so I can't be too critical of Matt for it, because hey, hands up, you caught me, I do it too. But it is something that I often think about after sessions or when I'm watching tape. And I think about I could have let them come to that conclusion. And it would have been cooler if they could have come to that conclusion. It's something that I honestly think Matt is, on average, very good at. Like, I talk all the time about how good Matt is at just letting his players talk. And I think that's a big component of this, right? It is you talking less, them talking more. But it's a balance, You don't want to talk so little that they don't have any momentum within the scene, that they don't feel like they understand what's going on in the scene. But you want to hold yourself back from talking so much that you kind of rob them of realization. Whoa, that's a term. You want to allow them to come to those conclusions. And like I said, and as we're seeing in chat, man, I think GMs get it, because this is a common problem. And so I more just want to point it out, as opposed to like actually levy it as like a critique against Matt, as like a, hey, DMs, we got to think about this, It's tough. It's tough. Actually, DM gold is softer than stone. Your description is now invalid. Got him. What if it was platinum, Mr. Know-It-All? What about Electrum? How does your theory stack then? Anyways, from a viewer's perspective, I do enjoy Matt doing it in case the players don't explore it. I do think there's as even less of a critique against Matt, I do think that there's a consideration to be made when you're doing it in front of an audience that a standard like at-home GM does not have. So I think Matt is, I think everyone's like maybe not justified, but I think it's okay. It happens to all of us. It's all something we just have to keep in mind. And then even beyond that for Matt, I think Matt has even more justification to do it, because it is a live show at the end of the day. They are doing this as entertainment. And while it is maybe the closest actual play to like what a home game looks like, there's a few things that can and should be done for the audience's benefit. Yeah. I get it 100%, and damn it, I've been bested. Yeah.
This one contains a fair amount of well.
Yeah, but so if dudes came in here and put...
And I will also say, like, I also want to highlight it, because what is worse than having these environmental details and saying them out loud to the players and telling them what they mean? What is worse than that is not having any environmental details. So, like, this is honestly, like, I think this is like 70% a compliment to Matt of like, that's a cool environmental detail that I've never thought about before. When you see like those big like vaults of coins or whatever. And I'd rather him have it and explain it than not have it at all. So all in all, I think thumbs up. Yeah.
Stuff in sacks.
Like scrapes across the stonework that this place once contained a fair amount of wealth.
Yeah, but so if dudes came in here and
Somebody
put stuff
came
in
in.
sacks, there wouldn't be scrapes.
You do notice grooves in places.
I don't even know if I agree with that logic on Liam's end, but that's the type of thinking that these environmental details can bring about. That's interesting. That's like him thinking about, okay, what happened in the past of this place to leave it in its current state. And that's awesome. That's an awesome train of thought. You're getting someone not only invested in your world, but invested in the history of your world just through these little environmental details. So I cool on Matt's end. I think there could be a tad more restraint, but I'd rather this than nothing at all. Absolutely.
And signs that this vault has already been largely raided, of course. Most everything in here has been taken probably a long time ago based on kind of the
in the
sedentary.
ground.
Yeah.
Just lucky bastards.
You do notice that one of the piles of rags begins to twitch and shift ahead of you.
Oh no.
No, mini Jenga.
Mini Jenga?
Mini Jenga. Well, there's something under that.
Maybe you should kill it before it says anything to you.
Do you want to? I mean, I don't think it's a small child down here.
I have become death, destroyer of worlds.
Call it, what do you want me to do, sis?
I don't know, it's all you.
Kill it.
Detect undead.
Oh yeah, good call.
I don't have much of that left. Yeah,
Oh,
my
well,
last
never mind
one, I'll
then.
use it.
Oh.
Your last one.
Last one, detect on divine sense.
Okay, divine
pile
sense.
of rags.
The rag pile that's like it's around this portion of rock, and
Dude. And this is why I'm so on Liam's side here. And like something that you have to keep in mind as a GM when you are presenting things as like resource sinks is the internal feel of like, because just like players can detect when you're trying to drop a plot hook on them, I would say a lot of the time, unless you are really slick, players can tell when they have skipped something. Like when they have skipped planned content. And I would argue as a GM, you should encourage that feeling. Like that's a cool feeling. However, I think you also need to like encourage that it is okay, right? You have to encourage the idea that it is good and fun to skip content. Because if you don't, and I know that they're being lighthearted, right? They're just fucking around with Liam. It's nothing crazy. But it is now procking him to waste resources. Like, let's call a spade a spade. You see Marisha's reactions here. Like, she is dead on. This is almost certainly not worth a divine sense, but he's using it, I think, in part because he's getting a little bit of shit for skipping the previous guy, right? For just throwing daggers first and asking questions later. And I also think there's an important, like, tonal consideration, right? In TTRPGs, it's not a video game. We do not have indicators on whether things are hostile or not. And if we did, it would feel less real, right? If video games aren't necessarily supposed to feel real, you know that they have mechanics, you're playing through a keyboard and mouse. TTRPGs, we are playing in our heads. We are imagining it as if it is real, right? We are trying to get invested in our characters as if they're real. And so this expectation that that Vax should talk to something inside of the fucking undead Titan being piloted by Vecna, I think is a little ridiculous. It's a little video gamey. It's a little unreal. And so even if you set that sort of thing up where there is something to talk to, totally off tone, off expectation, you have to be aware of that as a GM. You have to be aware, hey, this is going to subvert their expectations because they're imagining this as real, and it'd be weird for there to be like a nice guy in here. And you can definitely play around with that, but you also have to be prepared for them to not expect you to be subverting them, right? And then the second factor there of if you do subvert them, they are going to be paranoid about that subversion for like another session or two. And I say this from direct experience on both sides of the screen. If the GM presents you with some sort of subversion like that, you're going to be paranoid about that subversion for like, again, at least a session or two. Maybe for the rest of the campaign, honestly. So it's, I think that's okay. Like, I don't think that is a reason not to subvert things, but I would really try to not give them too much shit for it, because you want them to feel like they can act normally, right? You want them to feel like, okay, Vax would do this. He would not divine sense right now. I'm only divine sensing because I'm getting shit from players at the table. And that can bring us into some really weird scenarios. Like, especially if we need divine sense later, that's not like a great vibe. Right? That's not a great vibe if we need divine sense later and Liam got pressured into using it now just because he ostensibly skipped some content. That's a much worse vibe energy for the players than if everyone's just like, hell yeah, fuck that guy. Like, fuck that guy, fuck you, Matt. Whatever you had planned for us, I reject it. He was creepy, he was suspicious, dagger. If you want me to interact with your shit, make it less creepy. And that's it. I think that is the proper mindset here. It's worth considering, I think. Dagger is perfectly cromulent solution to an encounter, especially that one. Yeah. 100%, but also if it's an NPC in an evil lair, you have to be able to understand that he's might instantly be killed. Yes. That's that is like what I am ultimately saying here is like, if you make this as Matt, you have to be prepared for him to be insta-killed. You have to be. That's just a very reasonable thing to happen here. And even if you aren't prepared, go with it. I think Matt did a great job here. I think Matt did an awesome job. Most of the people giving Liam shit are the rest of the players. And I don't totally blame them for feeling like, shit, like, we like what Matt makes. We like playing with Matt. We want to see what Matt had. And we know they fucking love talking to NPCs. So I don't blame them for feeling that way. But I think in general, we need to be supportive of playing reasonably. Right? I think that it's what my character would do has unfortunately gotten ruined by players wanting to make, not introversion. What's the word? Wanting to make like reality breaking decisions, right? It's what my character would do has been unfortunately co-opted by people that want to make dickheads antisocial characters so that they can live out dickhead antisocial fantasies. Now, honestly, I think that it's what my character would do is 99% a session 0 issue. You need to look at a character that is presented to you in session 0 as an antisocial dickhead. You have to look at that as a GM and like be prepared to talk to that player and be prepared and have every other player be prepared of like, hey, this character's an antisocial dickhead. Are we all cool with that? So that they can just do what their character would do. I think it's actually very important to do what your character would do. But you have to make sure that your character fits the table and fits the party and fits the team comp. And I think that's mostly a session 0 issue. So like I'm frankly just like a proponent of like if Liam says this is what Vax would do and he has a good track record and it makes sense with previous Vax actions, it's all reasonable, that's what should be done. I'm a big proponent of that. I think it's what my character would do, should be a positive mantra. But has, again, I think unfortunately been co-opted by dickheads. So what are you gonna do? But yeah, I think we need to be aware of what our characters would do as both players and the GM when prepping these things, and not get on players for doing what their character would do. This is a role-playing game. You should be doing what your character would do, not what, because the antithesis of that is, doing what the player would do, and that's, not great. Yeah. BG3 reference, I recently started a new game as the Dirge without much of any prior spoilers. I've been taught it's never a weird location for an NPC to pop up and interact with me. Well, that's, I would say that BG3 is a video game. It's honestly one of the things that makes me sad whenever I play BG3. And why I will never be able to like put BG3 in my like top games of time. Because every time I play it, I just wish I was playing D&D instead. I just wish I was playing real D&D. It is nothing wrong with the game. The game's incredible. It's a triumph. It deserves all the accolades it got. But man, do I wish I was playing D&D whenever I play it. And in a video game, yeah, it's not weird for an NPC to just pop up and talk to you. Especially as, I would say, the most video gamey of the kind of backstories, which is the Dirge. The Dirge is like kind of meant to be an exploration of antisocial behavior. So yeah, I think that is very fair. My character would steal everyone else's armor when they doff it at night and sell it for gold and send back to his family, and then make multiple deception checks to convince them it was thieves. Look, if that's what your character would do, and this is also why I'm pro like meta role playing, I'm pro like not having like, if you're going to do that as the player, if you're going to say this is what my character would do, you should have the confidence to present that to everyone. You're not just hiding it with me, the GM. I refuse to answer DMs during roleplay or during play unless it's like a safety concern. It's like, hey, I'm not comfortable with this or whatever. If it is like, hey, I want to try to steal something from a player, I've taught my players early on, because my wife actually tried to do this in an early session, and I out loud said, hey, you wanted to steal something from someone? Is that right? I train them early on that I am not having secrets here. I'm not having secrets. I'm not doing it. Because that is how we ruin vibes, bro. That's how we ruin them. Especially if you're doing like antisocial PvP stuff. If you're doing antisocial PvP stuff, you better be ready to look the other player in the eye while you do that shit. And if you do, and the other player's cool with it, fucking bully for you. Great. I mean, I think that happens literally constantly between Vax and Grog. They do shit to each other all the time, or have done shit to each other all the time, and they look each other in the eye as players. It's Liam and Travis, and they're having fun, right? Even if their characters are behaving like antisocial dickheads, they're still in the party together. The players are looking at each other and saying, hey, I'm cool with that, and that is okay. That's okay. And they have like a totally normal relationship otherwise, right? So it's really difficult for me, right? When I hear like it's what my character would do, because that is the response when someone questions what your character would do. But you have to be willing to back that, and everyone else at the table has to be down with it, I think. At least they have, even if they are not down with the action themselves, they have to be down with you taking them. The character can be antisocial, but the player cannot be antisocial. I think this is a social game at the end of it. If you want a solo experience, there are solo TTRPGs. If you're playing D&D, you're playing it socially, like definitionally. Got heated a little bit over that. I recently got into a discussion with my group because one of the players often makes decisions that go against the flow of the game itself when there are other choices that their character could have easily justified as well. I think that's a conversation to have. I think that is the appropriate thing to do, is to go to that person and say, hey, this is the behavior I'm noticing. Do you understand how you could have justified plenty of other decisions that didn't wreck the flow of play? Right? Like that is a interpersonal thing, and I think that's very good to go to your group with that concern. Yeah. There is a way to establish a notion of a character that allows for that character to make decisions that make sense but are still flexible as to not abruptly derail a segment. Again, this is why I say that it is a session 0 issue, because it's so easy to make a character that way. In fact, I would say literally every person on Earth is kind of that way. We all contain multitudes. We cannot be crushed down to an alignment chart or, my personal favorite, the color pie, the MTG color pie. We cannot be crushed down into those. We contain multitudes. Our characters should contain multitudes as well. And as long as you can justify an action to yourself, yeah, I think you should pick whichever one you think is the most interesting and fun for the entire table. That's like part of playing the social game. Or if you don't, just because you think it's funny or weird or whatever, your group needs to be cool with that. And if you're consistently doing it to the point where maybe you derail the segment once. Maybe you do. I've had my players derail a segment before by taking a certain action. It happens. But if you're consistently doing it as a pattern, that becomes a problem. That becomes a big problem. I was joking, but yes, that's why when my group and I decided to try an evil campaign, we had a conversation about making characters that may be secretive or a bit slippery, but aligned on goals. PvE, not PvP. Exactly. You want the group to be aligned on goals. And if they are, yeah, evil, if it is an evil thing, if they're secretive or slippery, right, you can mine that for drama as long as everyone's down. That's a great campaign. I read a story very early on in playing D&D about a table that was like total PvP. All of the characters sucked. They were barely working together ever. They were constantly trying to betray and undermine each other. And everyone was having a great time. Everyone was having a great time because everyone at the table signed up for that. And so they all had a great time. That is like the really core of it, right? Is you need to sign up for the types of behavior that you're looking at. Yeah. Nitpick, if you look at the other player in the eye and they are cool with it, it's no longer antisocial, out of character. I totally agree. And your nitpick got specifically mentioned. Yeah. You can be antisocial in-game. You can't be antisocial above the table. 100%. Yes. Your character can be antisocial. The player should not be. Yeah, it's a social game. What constitutes as secrets? Would keeping certain things from your backstory to yourself count? And if it's relevant to the quest? Yeah, no, that's fine. That's fine. My characters' backstories have secrets. They're sometimes a little bit shady about it. Yeah, that's totally fine. When I say we're not keeping secrets, I mean I'm not letting one of my players DM me and say, like direct message me on Discord and say, hey, I want to try to steal that magic item from player Y. If they want to do that, they have to say that shit out loud. I'm not letting them do that in secret. So that's what I mean by secrets. Now, I have a player right now where their character's entire backstory is a secret, including to them. They have amnesia. And so they're all trying to figure it out, but she is very shady about it. But we talk about all of that above the table. The other players are very well aware of what that player does and doesn't know. And that was their choice. That's how they wanted to interact with it. But if all of the other players were also cool with her keeping it even more secret, as long as they understand what the secrets are, right? Like they understand like what the secrets constitute, I suppose. I think that's totally fine. But I've realized pretty like radical above the table leaning when it comes to those sorts of things. Like I'm famously anti-whisper. So I'm anti-secret from both sides. Yeah. It's your job to find a player, as a player, to find a motivation for your character to go on the adventure. Why not sustain that willingness and find reasons not to be the asshole in the moment, you know? Yeah. Yeah, I think that is like one of the jobs of the player. If you can't find a reason for your character not to act antisocially in a way that pisses off the other players, it can piss off the characters, but piss off the players. If you're pissing off the other players at the table, if you're pissing off the DM consistently, again, do it once or twice, whatever. But if you're doing it consistently, it might be time for a different character. Like, this character might just not fit this table. Cough, cough, Tiberius. Also, cough, cough, original Scanlan. Scanlan had to go away for a little bit, and he came back as a much better member of the party. Like, and Scanlan wasn't even the worst offender of this sort of thing, but, like, he went away and had a personality change, and frankly, not a huge personality change, right? Scanlan is still pretty similar to how he's always been, but there was enough of a personality shift that he can now justify more pro-social behavior at the table broadly, even if some of his things are still a little bit antisocial in the fiction. Yeah. Yeah. I love the concept of not being evil by the orphanage and kick the kids out. Don't unalive the kids directly. Wait, what are we talking about? I don't know. I lost it. Scaling got a personality sanding at the corners more than a shift. Yes, totally agree, Jonathan. And he came back much, much better. He fits at the table so much better than he used to. Because, like, although the meat man and his, like, drug diversions were funny and kind of fun because Sam Riegel's a good actor and he's like a good vibe at the table, they did derail a lot of shit. They took a lot of on-screen time where it was mostly just like kind of the Sam show. And I think that occasionally he worked in other characters, but it was a lot of him just like kind of taking the spotlight for a little bit. And it wasn't like that. I would say it was like overall probably not super worth it. And he went away for a little bit, sanded some of those corners, and now he's coming back as a much more like integrated piece of the party, which is awesome. I love to see it. Yeah. Which is how real people work. It is incredibly rare to become a whole nother person overnight, but you can sand small things fairly quickly. Totally. Yeah. Yeah, totally. Yeah. When we offered, I could justify... In a vampire game, we had a mortal start. I was under the impression we would be made vampires against our will, so I made a character who would never want this to play into the drama of that. When he was offered to become a vampire, and I could not justify saying yes. I tried, and the other players called me out for meta playing and told me to stay true. And that sounds great. I like that. I like your other players. They are wanting you to stay true to your character, and they will all work to work you into the party as your character. And hey, maybe you try and you work and it doesn't work out. Maybe you try to work in this like mortal, or you try to work in another instance of you being forcibly turned into a vampire and it doesn't work out. Like, maybe this isn't the player for this table, not because of anything that you did, just because of how things went. You might retire that character. Or you might work with your GM to get forcibly converted, right? And like be able to keep and maintain that character arc. And that's such a good example, Caught Dingoes, of why I call this a session 0 problem, right? You were under the impression that you would be forcibly converted, and you made your character to fit that expectation. And I think that is like a great example of like where this "it's what my character would do" problem originates, right? It's either incorrect expectations, or it is like not following through on those expectations on the part of the GM. And those a lot of times I think are just miscommunications, right? Like, it seems like that was probably the case here. It was just a miscommunication. They weren't trying to mislead you, I would assume. And, you know, it just... And that's where we start to get into it's what my character would do problem. But I think your other players are very correctly understanding that this problem wasn't from you. You were trying to be there in good faith and, like, make a character that would make sense. And because you did that, they're willing to ride that with you, right? So... That's it's what my character would do rant. Yeah. Yeah. I hope your GM also has a plan to work this in to work. Yeah, I would hope that the GM also has a plan to work with it. Yeah. Yeah. But anyways.
and fallen debris behind it, there's that pile of rags that's shifting. The minute you focus sense, that is indeed a source of undead energy. And at that point, the rags kind of rise up and you see a very long kind of greenish humanoid claw extend. As the rag falls back, you see a familiar sight. You've encountered trolls in the wild before, but these trolls appear to be somewhat rotting. Their flesh, strangely, like, battling between decomposition and regeneration. There's this kind of shifting midpoint where its form and whatever cursed enchantment that it's held within it, or sort of disease that claims its body, is battling its nature.
How far away is it?
Well, right now it's charging towards you, and I need you to roll initiative.
Everybody.
Oh, fuck.
It slowly emerged and then charge in your direction.
Another map.
Yay, map!
Using all the maps we didn't use in Indianapolis.
I
am drunk.
So,
Look at all the gold.
that's the rag side there. Vax would have been right there.
Please.
Look at this.
Okay. Oh, man. Man. I'm trying to think of how to phrase this. I'm going to do the negatives first. Negatives first. This seems totally random. Why is there a troll in here? I don't know. It doesn't, like... it's not speaking to me for any particular reason. It feels like a random filler combat. Okay. Get that negative out of the way now. Maybe a medium. Like not negative, not positive. This is exactly the sort of shit I would have wanted to see with, like, the anatomy shit, right? Like, we have, like, I don't know what cells repair a body. I'm not a biologist, all right? But I know when I get fucking cut that my shit heals, right? Like a troll. And now this troll is undead. It's been regenerated. So, like, this could be whatever heals up wounds in our own body. That could easily be this. You could have entire squads or legions of them doing jobs, and maybe you have, like, one that goes off to, like, seal the breach that the players entered through, or if the players, like, make a mess or they wound the cave, then this type of troll comes running to try and, like, repair it a little bit. It's an undead troll or a regular one? Undead troll. Undead troll. So it's, like, kind of regenerating, kind of not. And that gets me to the positives. Holy shit, what a fun idea. What a fun idea. Man, this is so emblematic of how I feel about kind of the entire thing. What a fun idea. What an underbaked presentation. The troll is like Deadpool, constantly dying but regenerating. Yeah, absolutely. So fun. So fun. And, like, I don't know how that's going to present itself mechanically, but I'll tell you, I'm excited to find out. I'm so excited to find out. So, I'm so split on this because it's such a cool idea, but then it's just sitting in a random vault doing nothing, not worked into anything. Why is it here? Why is it under the rags? What's going on with this vault? Like, these are questions that I'm asking that it would be awesome if there were answers to, and I'll keep my fingers crossed that there are answers to it. But if I gotta be honest with you, I don't think there are answers to it. I think it's just here to have a combat. Which is tough. There's so many, it's such a cool, novel idea of, like, an undead troll. So cool. But I don't know. Yeah. Vecna metagaming. I'm sure these idiots will open this door. I know how they feel about fucking doors. I've been listening to them the whole time. Oh, an undead troll. He's trolling them. Vecna's trolling them.
Part, look at
This
this
is so
great
cool.
tile work. I love Dwarven Forge.
They do good shit. You guys
Hey,
like to
Matt, will
place
you leave all
yourselves?
this shit for me when you go to Burning Man so I can use it for...
Talk to Danny. She's watching our house. You can borrow whatever's in there.
Thanks.
All right, Grog.
We are taking that bird.
You and me.
Next.
Die.
You and me, Liam. We're
I guess
gonna
I
go.
was. I think
Searching over here. See what happy you heard from.
you steal my bird, she will.
Oh, I couldn't have
We'll defile.
Can bear slap with you?
We'll defile
Bear is with
those
Grog.
rooms.
Grog, okay.
My camera spotted it.
Trinket
Okay.
really likes Grog.
And Scanlan. You
Also, we're
just
going
entered
up
the chamber
higher
behind everybody
speeds.
else.
What's going on in here, guys?
Alrighty, so.
He's a big guy.
Alrighty, 25 to 20.
29.
Whoa. Well,
Percy.
that's our Percival.
Always first, alright. And then Vex. 20 to
Oh, I didn't
15.
roll for Pike.
16.
15.
Ooh,
16.
16 for Pike.
Oh, alright, so Pike's before
Pickle
Grog.
rack.
Big ol' red.
Alright, Scrog. And then,
Into a battle cry. Pickle rack.
alright, 15 to 10.
11.
10 to 5. Deals what you get?
3.
Oh! How do you get a 3?
I rolled a 1. That's how I rolled 1.
So, top of the round. First of all, you watch as something underneath this rag pile suddenly just emerges and then darts around the edge. You see it's kind of rushing towards Vaxel Dan. What are you doing?
I'm shooting it in the foot.
Go for it.
So I'm actually making this a leg shot.
I've been
doing
rolling
that.
fucking ball sacks tonight.
That's
Two-headed dice jail.
22.
22? All right, 22 hits.
That's that's
gun.
with a gun. Oh, that's nice.
That's good, that's good.
Yeah, that's 17 points of damage plus 5 psychic.
Nice.
And it has to make a strength saving throw. Strength
saving throw.
Strength saving throw.
That is a 20. What is your 20? So it succeeds.
Ah, God damn it. That's
What?
fine.
13 plus 7.
I'm gonna shoot it in the foot again because that's what we do.
That's cocked.
Yeah, is that
Oh,
cocked?
that was so
Damn it.
close.
I know. Oh, that's okay. That's 18, 24.
Wait for it.
You almost critted.
I know. That's 10 points of damage plus 5 psychic.
All right.
And again, strength saving throw.
That is a 23. Natural 16.
That's right.
Pretty sure.
And just to make life a little more fun, let's take a headshot because obviously he doesn't want to go down. And that's a 25 that hits. And that's one more of those and one more of these. And that's 11 points of damage plus 3 psychic.
All right.
14 points of damage. And a Constitution saving throw.
Already. Wow, that was a 26.
Holy fuck!
Natural 18 plus 8.
Never got in mine. And with that, I'm going to dart in back behind Keelan.
All right.
Wow, that was rough, buddy.
Yep.
I'm sorry.
There you go.
Far back, yeah. I'll use my bonus to reload.
All right. And it's Percival's turn. Next, you're up.
Hunter's Mark.
All right, who are you marking? That guy?
The troll that I see.
That's right. There's the one troll. It's like
I'm the Hunter's Mark Grog.
Yeah. There you go.
Why?
Okay, and I'm gonna shoot him
Go for it.
with the natural 1.
With the natural 1.
With a natural 1. Okay, so this is the asymmetry that he's talking about. So, okay. So I think this is the vault. That makes more sense. So this is just more of like a passageway sort of situation, and then in here is the actual vault. Interesting little layout. I like that. I don't mind it, especially, if there was a little bit more rubble. Like, I'd like to see maybe like this entire like wall kind of collapse, or maybe it is. I don't know. It's kind of hard to tell. This thing is undead. It is undead. It is undead. So it's kind of a little bit of a boop boop. That's kind of a dupe. I mean, it's not doing much. It's basically a line. But a line is a line is better than a white room. So I'm not going to complain too much. And if I could see what was going on here better, this might kind of bisect the room, which actually, without maybe providing like projectile cover. So it's also possible that it's more like this, maybe? It's more like that with then... I really need to fix that. With then something like that? I don't know. I can't totally tell from this camera angle what all's going on here, but more interesting map than the last arena we fought on. Yeah. Than the fallopian tube battle arena. Undead with +8 con. It is a troll, I guess. Yeah. What?
So as you mark, you pull out the first arrow and you yank backward, and as the arrow string tenses, the actual shaft seems to snap in place. The arrow had somehow dry rotted through your travels.
Oh, God.
It's going to chuck it at the ground.
Okay, this
pull another.
one is going to be sharpshooter with blazing bowstring, so hopefully it'll turn. God damn it, what the fuck?
Have to do.
All right, so what's the total bonus on that one?
What is happening
Oh my God, that's like 11 to hit.
Yeah, I missed. Sorry.
Jesus. H Macy.
So the first arrow shatters in place, pull up the second one and go to fire, and as you strike, the arrow seems like it should hit it, but instead it hits one of the rags over its shoulder, makes it look like its mass is larger than it is, and it just passes through harmlessly, causing the rag to flitter off, revealing its shoulder. You can see the bits of like greenish muscle sinew showing up beneath one of the gashes of its rotted shoulder. Gonna move, or your bear?
Can I climb up those rocks behind me and stand on the top of them?
Sure. On the top of the rocks here, getting ready to fire.
And then Trinket is
Ooh.
gonna run.
Wait
over
a
to next
minute. Okay, that's climbable.
He's gonna try to protect us.
There you go.
Oh, okay. Wait. Okay, this is more interesting than I thought it was even initially. So this entire room is kind of separated into 4. So just like at a basic level, there's like 1, 2, 3, 4. And then there's another spot up here, and then a spot into here, another spot to the left, and another spot over here that are all connected. So this one kind of goes, I'm going to say it goes to both of these. These all kind of connect. These guys connect to the upper area. This is a little diamond. And then that connects into there. Yeah. I mean, interesting terrain. I like the elevated portion. I don't know if they can stand on this as well, but that would be cool. I'd like that. Yeah, a lot going on this map. A lot more than normal, which I like. Okay, and I think that the troll came from in here, I'm guessing. And I mean, depending on how many of these things they can get on top of, like, I don't know how many of these Matt would let them get on top of, but it might be even more interesting than it even seems, you know? Is it worth making an interesting battle map for an enemy which isn't smart enough to consider positioning or tactics? I mean, take it with a grain of salt. I'm kind of I talk a lot about battle maps. I care about battle maps to the extent that I developed a personal notation for understanding them. I would say yes. Roughly because of what Erdturn said. Yeah, it'll still be more fun for the players. Like, I would almost argue, like, my favorite combat archetype is Horde. I love having just, like, 20 different icons on the map, all like swarming the players. Almost always when you're running like a horde combat, those enemies are not smart enough to consider positioning or tactics. And so it becomes, I think, a fun puzzle for the players of how can we use the stupidity of these enemies? How can we use the fact that they're pretty basic to route them across the map or manipulate the map in a way that gives us an outsized edge. So I would say so. Now, I think there's a separate... The question I thought you were asking at first, and then I reread it, is it worth making an interesting battle map for, like, a filler combat, which is pretty much what this is, like, right? Just like a resource drain combat. I still think yes, personally, but there's a bit more of a consideration that I give around, like, hey, this is just meant to be like a quick combat to drain out some resources. I'm still trying to make the battle map interesting, but I'm probably not putting as much effort into it as I normally would. I'm probably doing like a few quick decisions. I'm probably thinking about like, oh, I think that'd be cool, that'd be interesting. And then I'm kind of going with that. Maybe I give it like a quick notation. I give it a quick analysis just to like double check some things. But I'm not spending nearly as long on it as I am on a combat that matters a little bit more, that's a little bit less just, resource draining. I'm going to turn up the gain a little bit so that I can put the mic further away from my face. So, I think for the question you asked, I think it is worth it, regardless of the creature type, because I think the creatures and the maps should be evaluated together. They're like a total package. They should harmonize with each other. And stupid enemy, I don't think necessarily harmonizes with simple map. I do think that like super duper complicated enemy, I'm probably making the map simpler than I would typically. If like the enemy has a lot going on, if they're making terrain, if they're doing like MMO style like move foreshadowing, the more complicated a singular enemy is, probably the emptier I'm making the map. I'm never going to a white room. You could not catch me doing a white room. But I'm probably leaning more towards the like simple but effective. And then the dumber the enemy, probably the more complicated I'm making the map. If I had to guess. But yeah. Imagine you can use the map against the creature. Yes, exactly. Yeah. Exactly. Keep running that until they're badass tacticians and you hate your life as a GM. Yeah. So, I think yes, plus yes with caveats. Yeah. A simple enemy requires a more complex map to stay interesting to the party. Yeah. I just tried to overall make my maps harmonize with the enemies. And I think, unfortunately, I talked about this a little bit last time, but I think that is, or not last time, but like in some previous stream, I think that's the biggest miss of D&D's combat, maybe not combat system, but like combat guidance for GMs. I think the D&D combat system is really good. Oh, like all in all. I think it's D&D's biggest strength. But in terms of actually prepping the combat, I think the biggest miss on D&D's part, which I gave a quick look through the 2024 GM guide, I didn't see anything that I thought would like really change things. But I only skimmed it, so it might be in there. But I think that there should be an understanding at the game guidance level, at the challenge rating level, of how maps impact combat, right? We should, like, maps themselves should have a CR, or features of a map, obstacles, pitfall traps, whatever. And I think that there's, like, some amount of, like, maybe a trap in particular might have a CR, an experience point value. But things like the amount of cover, right? Like the number of squares of half cover or full cover, I think should be a consideration. That should lend some experience towards the experience budget. But that I think that's the biggest kind of missing part of D&D that makes DMs feel like the adversaries and the maps are separate, right? They are separate. You can put a balanced encounter into any map, no matter how complicated, and it'll still be balanced. And I think that is so far from the truth. I think the maps and the adversaries have to go hand in hand when you're designing. Yeah. But anyways.
Alrighty.
Can you move far enough to be on the other side of her?
Nope.
Okay,
What's
cool.
the movement? So 30 or 40?
40.
40 he could actually.
Yeah, he goes to the other side.
Just over there.
Yeah.
Perfect. All right. So ending your turn. Pike's up next.
Bunk, kind of a gooch smashing day, so she's just gonna walk right up to him and slam it right into his gunk. Yeah?
Really? That's what she's gonna do?
That is what she's gonna do.
I guess it's undead. She can't try to turn undead? Yeah.
Well, if she wants to use her last channel, one of 3 channels of minis of the day.
Could you like blast him with an
She's hitting him in the gooch. It is
23.
23 to hit.
That hits.
All right.
Great. Good.
Plus the what's it called? Divine Strike. So 2, 3, 4, 7 plus the
2d8.
2d8. I think d8. 8 plus 13.
Oh, good.
21.
20 points of damage.
To the gooch.
Nice. She runs up, slams it with the side of the mace as it hits. You see there's a flash of radiant energy and it burns away some
It's
of
an
it.
additional 2d6 radiant because he's undead.
Yes. Yes, that's right.
Wait, okay. Wait, so Pike deals with the
Fiend or undead take extra 2d6 radiant damage.
With her Mace of Disruption.
correct.
Right.
And then what's the additional damage?
So that
Whatever I just told you, and I'm going to roll for that.
I just
extra
did it.
damage.
What was the first damage roll you did to do 21 points of damage to her?
That was the Mace of Disruption.
2d6 plus 4 radiant damage.
Plus
Right.
Divine Strike. Once on each turn, add 2d8 of weapon damage to your damage total. For
So that's what all he
the
rolled, and then
motherfucker.
since it's undead, it's an additional 2d6.
That's right.
Yeah, 2d8, yeah.
So an
Yeah,
additional,
all right.
an additional 7 because he's undead.
So 28 total.
28.
Gooch shot.
To the
That
gooch.
is actually pretty damn nasty. The war doing cleric.
You have to jump up to hit it.
She's at 18, right?
Right on the balls.
What did it do? Well, we're
No,
not sure.
she's at
17 or 18.
17 right now. So she gets
Real life saving.
So you can use a bonus action to hit again. if you
To hit
want
again?
That's one of her war domain abilities.
Double Gooch shot.
1 for each.
I mean, Amrock, this is why I will always support limited forced movement. Or maybe not limited, contextual forced movement. Love it. I love using the shove action as a PC, as a GM. I love shoving my players. I will have a enemy walk up to them and just shove them in the chest off of a little vertical thing that I made for them, or whatever. I any amount of like small forced movement, I am huge into it. The thing, I think I've said this before, but like one of the things that really got me hooked on Warlock was repelling blast. Which is like where whenever you hit with an Eldritch Blast, you can push the person up to, I think, 10 feet or 5 feet. One of the two. And it stacks per bolt, per blast as you level up. Oh my god, so much fun. So much fun. BG3 forced movement is the funniest shit. Oh, I love going someone that can throw people in Baldur's Gate 3. It's so fucking fun, dude. It's so fun. Yeah. I love that they made shove a bonus action in BG3. I think the things that they chose to make bonus actions were such good choices. I would have loved to see 2024 go that direction with it. But I think there are reasons that they didn't that I understand from a like the difference between a video game and a TTRPG. I think, unfortunately, the bonus action system is actually way easier to understand in Baldur's Gate 3 because it's constantly showing you what you have left, like how many resources you have left, what types, and you can filter down the options that you have at your disposal by what resource they take. So if you have a bonus action, you can click on the bonus action and see these are all the things I can do with my bonus action. So I understand them not going in that direction for 2024 of like making things like shove a bonus action, but man, does it rock and roll in BG3. It's so good in BG3, man. D&D Beyond needs to make a BG style hotbar, BG3 style hotbar. I mean, this is assuming that D&D Beyond can have like 2 months of competent development put back to back. Like, like, yeah, that'd be awesome, but it's D&D Beyond we're talking about. I don't know if... Oh my god, I hate D&D Beyond. We don't need to go into that can of worms again, but man, am I annoyed. Have they... Wait, let's check. Have they fixed... Have they fixed the Tasha's sorcerer yet? The Aberrant Mind Sorcerer? Aberrant Mind Sorc. I used to have this fucking bugs in support thread bookmarked because I would just go to hate look at it. Let's see. Started in 2022. Let's see. Wait, where is it? Let me go to the very end. Oh no, this isn't the right one. Oh, is this even worth doing on stream? And I'm doing it off screen. What am I even doing? No, this isn't it. Aberrant Mind Sorcerer content availability. Wait. Yeah. Tasha's Cauldron of Everything issues and support thread. Here we go. This is the one. This is the one. Started in 2020, 168. Let me see. Let's see. We all have the rule set, including Legacy, which now includes 5e. Oh, man. Wait, this is all about paladin classes. The Clockwork Sorcerers, because there's no UI support for Clockwork Sorcerer ability to swap spells. This is the one. How long ago was this? Is it still the case? Oh, I can't go back. Pedantic Poet. No, I want to see when this was made. After 6 years, 7 of 22 known issues have been fixed. Dude. Oh. It's so funny. This is what I had to do right here. Wait, let me go back. I don't know where the quote is, but this guy, Clockwork Sorcerer and Aberrant Mind Sorcerer, both did not have the ability to swap spells as described in their abilities, which is half of the reason that I made an Aberrant Mind Sorcerer, and you have to homebrew copy and change the spells. It seems like such a major overreaction to a small thing. My man, Cybermind, it's 2026. This came out. This thread was started in 2020. I don't think it's an overreaction to say that the thing that I bought does not work. I was sold a faulty bill of sale. All right? Like, why the fuck would I subscribe to D&D Beyond if they aren't going to deliver on their promises after 6 years? I hate D&D Beyond, man. It's crazy. It's crazy. I was thinking why fix it when they can just release more broken content and make money? They're losing money from me. I moved off it completely. Bye-bye. No more D&D Beyond for me. I used to have the highest tier subscription. I bought books exclusively on D&D Beyond. And then it's like, oh, shit. It'd be better if I bought the physical copy of this, because the additional features don't fucking work, and I can give my physical copy to my friend without breaking TOS. And it's so annoying to be like, it seems like such an overreaction to it when it's 6 years later and this basic functionality of the class, it's not even like a little bug. It is one of their codified features just not working. Crazy. Yeah. Anyways, D&D Beyond annoys me. Demiplane's awesome. Shout out. I also think that in BG3, taking the shove bonus action takes 2 seconds, but in 5e, both sides have to roll and do math, which just takes longer, and getting to do it once a round will extend rounds. Also, very good point, Bing Bong. Very good point. Yeah, there's like definitely some good reasons why they're not adding in jump. They're not adding in, shove as bonus actions. I definitely get it. But it does suck because I love it in BG3. But it is very much like a video game versus TTRPG thing. I think that unfortunately, to make D&D's system, like its resource management system broadly better, they'll probably have to start quasi from scratch, or copy someone else's, because it's so worked into what it is, and there's not a lot of ways to make it more complicated or more, I would say, interesting without really fucking with combat, which is already very long and dragging. And I think most improvements to the system would make it even longer. I think they've done about as well as they can do, I think, with action, bonus action, as a system.
Third, but I keep looking at mine. Same thing, 23.
23.
All right, 23 hits. Roll damage.
So 3 plus 5 is 8, plus 4 is
12.
12, and then the radiant damage.
2d8.
2d6. So we're at 12 plus
5.
5. One per turn.
17.
Okay, 17.
17 damage.
Look, I love Daggerheart. I'm playing a Daggerheart campaign right now with my wife. It's awesome. Daggerheart's very cool. I think the fear system is probably my favorite mechanic in a TTRPG, period. I think it depends on what you're going after, but the way that passing turns back and forth works, I think would be pretty broken without the concept of fear. Like, if you didn't have the concept of fear, I don't think its action system would work, period. So if they were to copy Daggerheart, they would also have to copy fear, which at that point, you're going to get so many. Like, I'm interpreting what you mean by copy Daggerheart as, like, copy the initiative lists, like, passing the turns back and forth system where, like, the dice determine when the turn gets passed. And just, like, any player that wants to go can go. That sort of initiative list system. I think they couldn't just implement that. They need something else on top of it. I think the fear system is what makes that work in Daggerheart. If they don't have an equivalent, they would need something else to also make it work. If they just do initiative lists, like there's initiative lists like homebrew type stuff for D&D or for 5e. There's initiative list homebrew, and I think it all falls pretty flat. I think the thing that like makes Daggerheart still feel tactical is the interaction with fear. I think that is like what makes it feels like a competitive resource management game rather than a like fully spatially tactical game. It doesn't feel like a war game or even really like Pathfinder or D&D, I would say. Like Pathfinder and D&D have a different sort of tactic to them than Daggerheart's tactic does. Daggerheart's tactic much more feels like, it almost feels like you're playing like an RTS, like a real-time strategy game against an opponent, where like positioning does matter, but it's not the core thing that is driving the conflict and the interest. Whereas I think that in D&D's case, D&D and something like Pathfinder feel much more war game-esque, where there's definitely an aspect of resource management, no question, especially when you get into things like legendary resistances. But it is not, I don't think that's like the fundamental driver of interesting tactical conflict in D&D or Pathfinder. I think movement and like spatial reasoning are the main drivers of those conflicts. And they'd either need to like abandon that course or make the resources more generic, like maybe Pathfinder. I don't like Pathfinder as much as D&D. Let's be very clear. I like D&D. But I think Pathfinder's action system just makes more sense overall. Yeah. Daggerheart is not really a D20 game that you can copy bits and pieces back and forth from 5e. No, it's not. It's you can copy like certain aspects, but broadly it's not copyable. It's very integrated, which I think is like a good signal for a game. It's very integrated. All of the pieces are working together. I think that's good. But it does make it harder to kind of port. Yeah, I was referencing you meaning they would have to redesign it. Oh, yeah, I mean, yeah. I think that Daggerheart did redesign from the ground up, and I mean, yeah, if they do redesign it, they could copy Daggerheart. I mean, hey, I was just talking about how much I love Fear. If they copied Daggerheart, I'd be fine with that. They had like a more tactical, more low to the ground version of Daggerheart that like did use a lot of the complex machinery of D&D, but like used the fear system of Daggerheart with the initiative lists stuff. I think that'd be awesome, personally. But yeah. The only problem then would be what indicates the varying levels, right? Like what indicates like failure or success? Do you go with like a 2d12 thing like a Daggerheart? That'd be probably a little bit too far. But there are ways to do like gradients of success outside of that. Blades in the Dark has obviously a gradient of success system. I think Cyberpunk Red has gradients of success. I'm honestly not sure. It's on my list this year. I really want to play Cyberpunk Red this year. I think it looks so interesting. I want to play Vampire the Masquerade this year. Those are two of my goals. I might just go to like an LGS and just like try to sit down at a table or something. Just so that I can have an even broader variety of non-D&D games to mention besides BitD and Daggerheart. So, but yeah, I mean, I don't know. This gets us all back into the conversation of I wish they were just developing a 6th edition rather than 5.5. Like, I wish that they were developing an edition where they could make more broad, bold changes. Because I think 5e is good for what it is, but it has some like glaring flaws, I think, that could really be addressed. You know, it's been 10 years. Like, you should have learned by now what is wrong and be able to maybe improve that in the next edition. But instead, they made very tepid changes in 2024, I would say. Yeah. But besides D&D, what's your favorite system? Definitely Blades. It's like a whole meme how much I mention Blades in the Dark on this channel. Well, it also depends. What is my favorite system to GM or to play? Because it's a different answer. I think my favorite system to play is actually still D&D. But I guess you said besides D&D. My favorite, I'm really enjoying Daggerheart. I don't feel like I have enough experience to say. But playing Daggerheart has been really, really fun. I really enjoy it. So I'll say that to play, and then Blades to GM. I loved GMing Blades. It was so much fun. It was really challenging in a lot of ways. But man, so fun. So fun. Yeah. If I start a new VTM, I'll post in the Discord. If it was like especially if it was like a one shot, I don't know, just for like, you know, borders between, you know, me and my community, you know, having a decent amount of space, I think I probably wouldn't commit to like a campaign with someone who knew me first as an influencer. But a one shot, I don't know, maybe it depends. but yeah. D&D isn't the best system by far, but it's also the most versatile and has the most room for homebrew, TBH. I don't know about the most. I don't know. Well, how do I say it? I don't know if it has the most room for homebrew. I actually think the combat system is pretty, well, kind of depends on what level of homebrew we're talking about, but I think there is by far the most homebrew for it. Like, regardless of if it's like the most available for homebrewing or like the easiest to homebrew in, it by far has the most homebrew out there, which is like a huge benefit. And it's the one that most people know. It has brand name recognition, so getting people into it is way easier than getting them into an alternative system that maybe would even be easier to get into, but is, you know, less recognizable. Like, people know D&D. So, like, you know, I critique 5th so much because I love it so much, and I would really love to see a 6th edition that really, really improved on it. Because I think, like, the core of what 5e is really interesting. And, like, really cool. And it has so much going for it. I'll glaze advantage, disadvantage until the day I die. But it's in every other system now. Like, so many systems have copied 5e because it is so good. But now those systems exist and they've learned from 5th edition. They've learned from the successes there. I just wish D&D would learn from its own success and put out a new edition that capitalizes on that success, like actually builds upon it, instead of 5.5, which was fine. I think 5.5, especially after playing with it for a while, it's so fine. It's fine. Like there are definitely some improvements in a lot of places, honestly. There's a lot of improvements, but they're so small. They're so small. I just wish they'd gone a little bit bigger with them. Maybe a mini campaign? Maybe, but I also think I'm going to convince some IRL friends to play. I've gotten some interest in a Vampire the Masquerade game, and I know someone in real life that DMs it. So, or GMs. So maybe I'll give it a very hesitant maybe. Anyways.
Yes, already. So a second hit slams, and you can see the first one where it bursts out, kind of burned and singed the necrotic flesh. The second one hits, not as impactful, but still looks relatively hurt. That ends Spike's go. It is now.
Did you move away from him? Oh no, because
she can move back 5 feet. It will get attack opportunity.
Yeah, she's gonna face him down.
Okay, Roger.
I would like to rage and run up into this doorway. 5, 10, 15, 20. Can I see anything in this room?
Make a check.
Okay. 5.
Nope.
you see rage.
Yep. I don't see anything. So, do I feel anything from the black metallic hammer that I'm holding?
Oh yeah,
have you
trying to attune to it.
I don't think you've had time yet to fully attune to it.
He started attuning to it before the break.
Like a half hour break doesn't exist.
Not really enough time. Okay.
He started attuning to it as soon as Percy felt something from the belt,
Yeah.
so if it's been long enough.
You can say no.
I'm just gonna keep coming in here.
Yeah.
Sure.
What?
Yeah.
If you want to, I'll let you tune to it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh no.
Take a swing at it.
I'll take it. I'll tune to it. What do I tune to it first?
Now I'm
nervous.
You can do that.
Okay, so go ahead and.
Are you gonna attack the guy with it?
Well, I don't see anything in the room, right?
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah, see anything in the room?
Can I make my way through here?
You may.
Okay.
Oh, I'm so glad we get our last.
25, 40,
Talk to him again.
If it heals him, he just hits him so hard it actually like puts health points back into him.
Yeah.
It's Craven Head.
Can I make a
Just
reckless
over.
attack against him?
You may.
Craven head.
Craven Head.
Great. That's
Oh man.
Wow.
22.
What was the natural roll?
A 6.
A 6. As you swing the hammer, go ahead and roll damage.
Oh no. This is something weird.
23.
You suffer 23 points of bludgeoning damage as the hammer you swing and club yourself across the face with the hammer.
What?
What?
I'm drunk.
Is it like if you roll below a certain thing, you hit yourself instead?
23, so half of that is
7 hits up, that's the name of the weapon.
11.
Wow, it's back in. Whack! You're kind of taken aback by it.
Wait. I gotta see something. Wait. Craven Head, what if it heals him? Wait, I wanna go back to this. Wait. Fear's a really cool mechanic, but I think it demands a little too much improv skills from the DM, which is really good for some tables, but a big downside on others. I disagree. I think I disagree. I think because Fear actually solved one of my issues with Blades in the Dark, namely that I felt like it required too much improv from me. So just to delineate an example on why I like Fear so much. In Blades, there are various thresholds whenever you roll. So someone rolls and there's like 2 factors that kind of boil down what can happen. It's your position and the effect. It doesn't really matter what these each mean, but it overall boils down to you rolling on a like 3-tiered table. So there's like one of 3 options, which is basically like best possible outcome, hooray, yay, worst possible outcome, boo, and mixed possible outcome, right? And for both of these options, both the mixed outcome and the negative outcome, it almost always requires you to come up with some sort of consequence in the moment. And Blades uses a like soft wound system. So you have to come up with a way that as part of that action, the player was wounded, or they got stressed out, or they got, some negative effect happened. And you have to do that on most rolls. Now, I think it's actually easier than it sounds to do that. A lot of times the negative consequence kind of really readily presents itself, but not always. And one of the things that I really struggled with in Blades was coming up with negative outcomes in a situation where it didn't really feel like a negative outcome was possible. So the thing that I like about fear is that it essentially allows you to bank that negative outcome, right? So if you roll the 2d12 and there are 4 options, it's either, fail with fear, succeed with fear, fail with hope, or succeed with hope, right? On these 2 things, these just generate fear. And you can also, if you do need to, give them a negative outcome, right? Like on failure with fear, you're supposed to, give a negative outcome. On failure with hope even, you're supposed to give some sort of negative outcome. You can transform either of those failures into fear, right? So it bypasses the issue that I had trying to improv stuff in Blades by saying, okay, if there's a situation where you don't know what negative outcome this would proc, great, just take a fear and then use that fear for a negative outcome later. That's the big thing for me. It's just I'll just take the fear. I won't even talk about it in the moment. The thing will just happen, right? So if they succeed with fear, or actually I kind of got these 2 backwards, but regardless, if I were to if they're succeeding with fear, I might just take the fear. I might not even describe in fiction at all what is going on and just take the fear. And then I use that fear to give them a negative consequence later on. Now, I think if you're trying to tie some descriptive reason to gaining that fear every single time, like you might when someone's getting stressed out, right? If an attack does stress damage, or in Blades or in Daggerheart, there's going to be a description attached to that. But I think the thing that I love about fear is that there doesn't need to be a description attached to the process of gaining that fear, and you can choose to gain that fear instead of doing a descriptive element and then just use the fear later. That's what I love about fear, is the fact that it essentially allows you to delay a negative consequence when you can't come up with one in the moment. So I use it as a bad thing balancer, a bad thing banker is most of what I use it as, or what I think of it as, is I am banking that bad thing for the future. And and you can choose whether or not to do that in the moment, which I really, really like. Yeah. I like that fear is transparent. I also love that fear is transparent. Yep. It suggests that you can narrate what fear looks like, but explicitly says you don't have to if it doesn't make sense. Yes, which is what, that is the huge thing for me, is that the consequence of the negative roll can literally just be the GM gaining fear, and that's it. And that, I think, is a massive unlock and allows fear to be used so effectively. Yeah. That's just anxiety. Nothing happened, but you're afraid. Yeah, nothing happened, but you're afraid. The GM just gains a fear. You're scared. You're worried. You're afraid. And if the player wants to parlay off of that, absolutely, go for it. But they don't have to. You disarmed the alarm, leading to the fact it's disarmed has been noticed. Yeah, the fact that it's disarmed has been noticed. What you're describing right there is kind of the difference in how Blades goes a lot of the times, and how success with fear can go. Because you can do success with fear, Like, if you do success with fear, yeah, you disarm the alarm, and then you can either take the fear or just immediately do something bad instead of taking the fear. That's why I think about it as a bad thing bank more than anything else. Yeah. Which I think it allows it to have a much more natural feel as to when bad things happen. Like, it empowers the GM so much. I think my main issue with fear is that it can be intimidating to try and figure out when to use it. I think that's the hardest part about fear to me, is like not just hoarding it on accident. But I think that's also something that will come with time. Yeah. Big parties equal more fear generated, more powered GM. Well, that's not even talking about how fear really helps balance time spend, where if your party is resting, either short or long, they are generating fear for the GM. So there is this aspect of any time the players regenerate resources, so does the GM. There is this, it's a resource management battle rather than the GM trying to predict the resource spend of the players and create obstacles that properly dilute those resources. The balancing is much more clear. It's much more on the table. Yeah. Bad thing bank, the DM karma. I mean, yeah. Reduce fear by having random unfortunate events to happen. That's what I need to work on. I think that like finding the time for those random unfortunate events is like a skill that I don't normally lean into in D&D a lot. And I will need to actively build for DMing Daggerheart. Yeah. Advantage of naturally hoarding fear, put some big fear spends on your baddies so you can dump it quickly. Yeah. That's been my main way to get rid of it, is to tie some big fear spends to either environments or adversaries. My main issue is that I'm also like, a lot of times it's all very peaceful. I like to do a lot of roleplay. I like to do a lot of social stuff, investigations. So like random bad things don't happen a lot, and also combats don't happen a lot. But I'm trying to get better at using like social stuff, environmental stuff for exploration. I haven't gotten the chance to do it very often. I've only done one shots of Daggerheart, but I really want to do it more. Probably next year. I'm not as concerned about trying to. I want to try out new systems this year, but next year I think I want to do a little bit more Daggerheart DMing. Yeah. Anyways.
But as soon as Percy felt something from the belt, so if it's been long enough.
You can say no.
I'm just gonna keep coming in here.
Yeah.
Really?
What?
Yeah, if you want to, I'll let you tend to it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh no.
Take a swing at it.
I'll take it. I'll do it. What do I do it
You go
first?
blind.
nervous.
You can do that.
Okay, so go ahead and.
Are you gonna attack the guy with it?
Well, I don't see anything in the room, right?
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
Yes.
Nothing in the room.
Can I make my way through here?
You may.
Okay. What did I say?
So he attuned to it.
Start talking to him again.
If it heals him, he just hits him so hard it actually like puts health points back into him.
Yeah.
It's Craven Head.
Can I make a reckless
Over.
attack against him?
You may.
Craven head.
Craven Head.
Craven head. That's not
Oh
great.
man. Wow.
22.
What was the natural roll?
A6.
A 6. As you swing the hammer, go ahead and roll damage.
What was the natural roll?
Oh no. This is something weird.
23.
You suffer 23 points of bludgeoning damage as the hammer you swing and clobber yourself across the face with the hammer.
What?
Okay, so Travis rolled a 6. Natural. And ended up hitting himself with the hammer. Curse? I like a curse. I don't mind a curse. It's a little bit weird to put in a cursed item this late in the game, I would say. Like this late in the arc, I guess, in the campaign. But it can work. Like I got nothing against it. It'll be interesting how, like, why, what, I want to know more of what its deal is. Because I think cursed items are something that are fun when they can be dealt with. We'll see how well these can be dealt with. Because they're kind of like, if I was just like going on gut instinct, I would say that this thing probably also can't be dropped. Like once it's attuned, it has to be used. That's a very classic weapon curse or armor curse. And that could be a big feels bad when they're going into the final boss fight, but it would have been awesome during the Chroma Conclave. Right, like, I think it is, like, tonally kind of different when you're going into, like, a big final boss fight to be forced to use a weapon you don't really like and might self-damage you. And you don't have the time to decurse it. Like, I think it's better to give, like, a cursed item when it's, like, during the beginning of an arc, the preparatory stages, where now they have to decide between dealing with the cursed item versus progressing on their quest more as the timers tick down. But when they're in the middle of executing the final plan, I don't know. But we'll see. If he can just drop it and use one of his other weapons, then, you know, who cares? Then it's kind of a like, okay, why even bother cursing it, honestly? It just kind of feels like a fuck you for exploring, but, you know, we'll see what's going on with it first.
What?
Oh.
I'm drunk.
Is it like if you roll below a certain thing, you hit yourself instead?
23, so half of that is 12.
Somebody yourself, that's the name of the weapon.
11.
Wow, it's amazing. Whack! You're kind of taken aback by it. I'm so amused.
What?
I'll try again.
Roll for a check.
Oh my god, roll hard.
Reckless, great weapon, best. Natural 20.
Okay.
It's gonna knock him
So,
out.
roll damage.
Finally.
Oh no, I don't think I'm going to do a D12. Is that appropriate for the hammer?
Oh, no, you did D12 last time?
Yeah. Should I do a D10?
For the Warhammer?
Two-handed.
Hammer is 1d8. But if you versatile two-handed, it's a d10.
Let's do that.
So, we'll take... Time for the last one. Let's go to the face. That'll be amazing. No, it would be amazing.
32. 38. 39.
39?
That's with the double.
No,
After shaking your head, you
Wait,
pull...
you forgot to add stuff?
Yeah, hold on.
It's crit, right? Double dice.
Wait, don't talk.
46.
While he's adding.
46. Okay. So you reach back with the hammer after shaking your head, and with a giant angry yell, the hammer comes down and cracks into the face of the troll, causing its head to like push into its ribcage, and it falls to the ground.
He's gonna get back up.
Yeah, no, it does not make its saving throw. It just falls to the ground.
That was better.
Unmoving, crushed.
That was better.
Is that your turn, Grog?
That is.
Max, you're up.
Time up.
Yeah.
What else is
Oh, in that other room.
Okay, you're up. So there's either still shit in there or the troll is going to pop up. I like from Matt's end keeping them on their toes by keeping them in initiative, right? Keeping them in initiative cues the players more than, you know, the characters, obviously. Cues the players that there's still something going on here so that they don't feel totally ambushed if like it gets back up. So I like keeping them in initiative here.
Is there other shit in
We
here?
don't know what's in there.
Right.
Because it's interesting, they're not even considering that the troll itself might just pop up. They're thinking, oh, you know, there's something else in this place that we just haven't seen moving around. Which is also a benefit to having an interesting map. If they could just immediately see everything in front of them, if they could see the entire battle arena from their positions on the map, then that thought wouldn't even be able to cross their mind. They'd be like, well, obviously there's no shit moving around here. But because they do not have direct good vision into some parts of the map, they have to actively question, is it something moving elsewhere? Or, what I think it probably is this troll going to get back up? We'll see. But I like it. I like the I like keeping them in initiative, and I think that it is a very clear example of like why a more complicated map or a more developed map can really help that kind of interesting logic puzzle of trying to figure out what's going on here. Yeah.
I'm going to move
Why do I still
past
hear
Pike,
boss music?
past the troll, and hold
30 there.
my action should anything come from that room.
Okay, what are you holding?
If I see a creature running at any of us, I'm going to throw.
Okay, good to know. That ends your turn, holding your action. Rushing around the corner immediately.
Oh, it is. Okay. Never mind.
As these like
I was
black
wrong.
drooling undead trolls, their eyes like jet black beads, with just hints of the light hitting the shine of it, like shark eyes. This one.
Oh no, no.
What should I be throwing right now?
He goes for
Right
Keelan?
there. Yeah, that'll do.
Blah, blah, blah.
And then this one. Here, go ahead.
Okay. First one.
You get the card for the card for the
I'm going before them in the order. Does that mean I get advantage due to assassin?
No, because this is their turn.
Okay, cool.
You're
First
reacting
one-
to their action.
Cool. 25 for the first.
Hits.
Okay, second is a 25.
Hits.
Third is a 15.
You don't get a bonus action. This is only an action you held.
Oh, okay, cool. Cool. So,
Also, I mean, maybe this was what Matt planned on, maybe not, but I love a staged entry of combatants, like fighting one combatant, then fighting a second combatant totally separately is easier than fighting two combatants at once. Generally, that does not take into account things like AoE magic or spells, but frankly, AoE is much less common than single target damage in 5e. So broadly, especially if the enemies don't cluster up, fighting two at once is harder than fighting one at a time. There is much more, and even like I would say that like AoE versus control magic kind of cancel each other out in terms of benefits. There's a lot of magic that is specifically good against single combatants. A lot of control stuff, a lot of like entangling, any enchantment magic that like makes them forget where they are, or, target someone else, whatever. Blindness, right? There's a lot of things you can do to lock down a single adversary that I think it kind of cancels out the whole AoE stuff. And two adversaries are much harder to gang up on as an entire group compared to one. So I feel comfortable saying 1-on-1, which is a good strategy for a GM that is trying to pull out some resources, right? You can put relatively dangerous monsters, especially things like trolls, in positions where when you fight them, one versus the party, it's not that difficult, but the fear of the monster or the fear of their friends is going to make the PCs expend their resources at a higher rate than they might otherwise, right? If it is a legitimately dangerous monster, you can put it in as a solo and not really worry about it killing anyone, but feel confident that it is going to provoke them to spend their resources. Because if they don't, they will take serious damage. And if you put two of those back to back, then that's just double the amount of that effect. If you put them together, their balance might actually start to become an issue, right? If they both go and target that wizard and they're like glass cannon sort of situation, then that could actually burst down that wizard. That could put them in a pretty bad spot before the PCs even have time to burst down one or both of them. So I like a staged entry. I like, okay, some of the enemies come in and then the other half of the enemies come in. It makes it a lot easier to put out some pretty dangerous monsters without worrying about a TPK. I think it's really, really good, especially for resource drain type situations. The only issue with it is that it can take a little bit longer than a resource drain situation, or than a all at once sort of resource drain. But it can also not take as long. Like the actual efficiency of the turns can sometimes be higher if there are less other enemies, both for the GM and for the players. So all that is to say, I don't know if Matt planned on, okay, I'll wait until the first one is down and then I'll introduce the other one. If he just said, I'll introduce them one turn after the other, whichever it was, I think is really good, especially if they're going to reanimate, which I think might be the case with the initial troll. I think he might pop up from zero. So I think there's even more fun stuff that can be done with staged entries when you have these guys popping back up from zero. Have you been keeping up with C4? I haven't. I'm fully off the wagon, unfortunately. Yeah, actual plays are just not my thing off stream. I need to be talking with people about them while I watch them. I watched C4 for a little bit with Paige, but like actual plays aren't really her thing either. And I wanted to like pause and I wanted to talk about it, and she was not that into it. I think if I ever end up watching C4, it'll probably be on stream. because I just need that. I need the ability to talk to people about it. Or it'll be some other format that I haven't come up with yet. I have some thoughts on some potential formats, but Schemer's Table is so stressing. I can imagine. Executing the final plan. In the first half, they repeatedly said they're not here to kill Vecna. Spencer D, then they're stupid. Dude, I don't know what else to say. If they truly think they're not here to kill Vecna, I don't know what they think they're here to do. Like you're right. To be clear, you're right that they did say that repeatedly, but that's a stupid fucking thing to say. I gotta be honest here. Because, like, they're not saying, we're not here to kill Vecna, we're here to do this other thing. They're just saying, we're not here to kill Vecna, and then they keep heading straight towards Vecna. Like, what do you think you're here to do? What's the plan, guys, if it's not to kill Vecna? I don't get it. So, I don't know. You're right in that that's what they said, but that thing that they keep saying is stupid. I don't get it.
Earlier time.
Right. So what did I say for the first two?
25.
Okay, cool. But no sneak attack at all, so here they come. First one is 11 plus psychic damage. It's 17 for the first, and the second one is 15 for the second. 17 and 15.
17 and 15.
Those are good attacks without sneak attack.
All right, so it's turns on the corner. It just goes into a sprint towards you, rushing forward, and it's going to go ahead and attack you twice its claws, one with its claws.
Come on.
The claw attack is 20.
No.
You dodge out of the first claw. It strikes upward. With its other hand, that is a 22.
That does hit. I'll use uncanny dodge on it.
Okay. 17 points of slashing damage.
Okay.
Reduced to 8.
Okay.
Points of slashing damage, and its bite attack. Ooh, that's an 20.
That hits.
However, it only rolled a 1 on the damage.
Yay.
So that's 2. You take 6 points of piercing damage.
All right.
You should make a Constitution saving throw.
Oh, balls. Okay. Don't fail me, Raven Queen, like you've done so many times before. That is a 17.
Did you drop it or did you roll it intentionally?
What do you mean?
Okay.
I'll roll again if you want. I don't care. I'm rolling again. Oh, that's way worse. 9.
I feel like you dropped it. Okay, good enough. All right. So then the other one's rushing up to you, Keyleth. It's going to go ahead and attack you as well.
Yeah.
That is a 17 to hit.
Yep,
The
hits.
first
I'm
claw.
gonna use cutting words to
Okay.
take that down.
Oh, thanks, man.
That's all right.
It's no, and then he balls.
I will yell at the troll.
Back to seven.
Oi, troll! I would kick your ass, but I don't want troll shit on my foot.
Go ahead and roll your d12.
We know, baby.
Just peek, Sam. Just peek.
You know.
8.
Yeah, so with that enough distraction, his head turns to you, over her shoulder, and the swing goes wide. Second claw strike,
Only because I turn around to Scanlan and go,
which is just enough for it to roll 19 on second attack with the claw.
yeah.
Which deals 14 points of slashing damage. And it's going to go in for a bite. After the claw strikes in you, grabs your shoulder, and it pulls you in. Its troll mouth almost seems to hyperextend as it snaps down towards your shoulder. That is a 22.
Not the mantle. Yeah, that hits.
All right, you take 8 points of piercing damage and make a Constitution saving.
Constitution saving throw. Let me take my antlers off.
Hold my antlers. Yeah, that's good. 19.
Okay.
Okay.
That brings us to the one. Okay, so the one on the ground that had been slaughtered by Pike, its wounds seem to heal up slightly, and as it gets up from the ground, it's going to strike out towards Pike.
No.
Getting it from prone. So the first strike is that is 24 to hit.
Yes.
All right, he takes 8 points of slashing damage.
Okay.
Second attack is 6 plus 9. It's 25.
25 damage. Okay.
No, 25 hits.
Oh yeah, that hits. Yeah.
10 points of slashing damage.
Okay.
And as it grabs both sides of her armor, it's going to actually lift her off the ground and pull her towards its mouth. Its jaw opens up to almost alligator chomp down on her, like the side of its mouth almost curved back towards its neck.
That's fucked up, man.
That is going to be a 7 plus 9, 16, which I don't believe. She brings her shield up just in place, and as the top jaw comes down on the edge of her shoulder armor, the shield takes the bottom jaw, and she just manages to wrestle it off of her and land on her feet unscathed. That's going to go ahead and end their turn. Scanlan, you're up.
Me?
Yeah.
Oh God. I'm not wasting my shit on them. All right.
Oh, that's the problem. None of us want to do anything.
Yeah. We're just gonna slog it out, man. Slog it out.
Should I go back to this guy?
Yeah.
Alrighty.
Oh, God.
Let him know.
There you go.
Come on, 20.
16. Yeah, that's like a 26.
That hits.
Love it. I mean, they're describing the core debate and conflict of a resource drain combat, because the question isn't, can you win? I think they're all confident they can win this. It's, is the damage to my health that I will take worth the resources I would expend? And this is where, in theory at least, marshals should shine, right? Like, this is supposed to be the core distinction between, like, what marshals are good at and what casters are good at. Is casters have all these resources, but they can run out and they need to, like, save them and apportion them correctly. And marshals don't have to worry about that nearly as much. They have far fewer resources and far less impactful resources. They are just standardly better before considering the resources at all. So resource drain combats are where marshals should shine. Now, I think the big issue is that resource drain combat can take a decent amount of time, and, it can be tough to justify how many you have, because you have assholes like me being like, why are the trolls here? I don't get it. That doesn't make it, why they're just random trolls in this area? what? So resource drain combats are kind of hard to design, or at least hard to think about, especially if you want them to go fast, because there is also an issue that they are hitting on here, in that we are just going to slog it out, and slogging it out takes faster than using resources. So there's this really weird dichotomy where you want the combat to go quick because it's not you want to have multiple of these resource drains, whether they are all combats, whether they are all whatever. But you don't want them to take too long, because you are going to have multiple of them. You are going to stack them before the final fight. You don't want your players' energy to be tapped out before the final fight. But at the same time, the incentive for the players is to not use their big flashy resources and the things that could kill these guys faster. Their incentive is to use less resources, which are doing less damage and are killing them slower, right? They are incentivized to play more tepidly, kind of as the point of the combat. So it's a tough needle to thread as a GM. And it's why I don't like doing a bunch of resource drain combats. I like maybe 1 or 2 before the big fight, and then otherwise I'm trying to drain resources some other way, some environmental way, if I can help it. Because those are just end up going a lot faster. Yeah. This is another place that Daggerheart fundamentally changed things, and why you can't just copy things to 5e so often. Marshals and casters both use Hope Fear as their resource. They are not actually fundamentally different in resource usage. Totally. Yep. With some exceptions, but that is the default. Well, and on top of that, yes, all of the classes use Hope and Stress and HP as their resources. I think Warlocks have a special class resource, but they still use Hope and Fear pretty regularly. But I think even more of the difference between 5e and Daggerheart is that the GM's resources can be drained out. The concept of a resource drain in Daggerheart just isn't nearly as necessary, because if you take your players directly to the boss, you're going to have the amount of fear that you have, and then if you put a combat between them and the boss, you are either going to spend fear at a normal rate, in which case you have the same amount of resources at the end of it, and you might as well have not had the combat, or you use that combat as a way to gain your own resources, you don't spend fear on it, but then that combat will naturally go much, much quicker because you're not using fear. Fear is the way that you generate so much of the threat in Daggerheart, that by not utilizing your fear, you don't necessarily have to drain the player resource. You can just build your own resource. So you can put a combat in front of them and not even really care if the combat is designed to drain their resources. It might just do it, right? It's less about whether it drains their resources and more about whether it builds your resources, or at least that's an option there that isn't really available. There's no way to build up your resources for later in D&D, because D&D just gives full fiat to the GM. You can put whatever monsters in at any time. You can use all of their abilities. That's all design time decisions for the GM. Whereas a GM in Daggerheart can say, okay, this combat, like, the way that things are going, I think I want to save up a little bit of fear for the boss fight. Or they might say, hey, I've got enough fear for the boss fight. I'm going to spend some as I get it. And that also goes into the fact that hope, in particular, as a resource, does not function how any class resource in D&D functions. You regain hope just by playing the game. You don't have to rest. You don't have to do anything to regain hope. And hope is a big offensive resource, or at least a proactive resource. You're using it to do abilities. So there's also not really this concept of like saving your resources. Like some of your abilities, some of your cards might say like once per rest or something. Or maybe they'll use stress, or maybe they will use armor slots or what have you to affect their thing. And those you do have to rest to regenerate. But hope in particular, you can always use your hope abilities because you know that your hope's going to regenerate to a degree. And that's without even considering that you don't by default regain all of your resources on rest. You sometimes will gain less than max resources. You have to pick what you're doing on a rest. So there's even less of a need to drain out resources in a single long rest period. You as the GM can also carry resources through long rest periods. So you can build your resources over the course of a day and then just go straight into a boss fight where you're kitted out. You don't have to worry about the fact that you didn't drain any of their resources because you have built up a stockpile of fear. And that's essentially the same thing. Like building your stockpile of fear as the GM is equivalent to draining out resources in 5e. The difference is that 5e forces you to drain out the resources, where as the fear building is a at runtime decision. You're choosing when and where and how to spend your fear. You cannot do the same thing in 5e without putting in active resource drains. I love fear, man. I love fear.
Yeah, 1d8.
I love
3.
fear. What can I
Plus
say?
4, that's
I love
7. Oh, but wait, there's more. Plus 4, 11 points of
11
damage.
points of damage as you rush up and just slip it right into the sternum.
Also, it is so strange. I've thought this before, that the way that Sam Riegel rolls looks like he's cheating. I don't think he is, but he looks like he's cheating when he rolls. I don't know if I've ever said it before, but I think repeatedly, like, what a weird way to roll, because he does just drop it. And it's weird to me that Matt called out Liam for potentially just dropping instead of rolling, and then, Liam redid it, when that is legitimately just how Sam rolls. Sam just drops his dice, which, frankly, I do think looks like cheating. I don't think he's cheating, but it looks like it.
Plus,
And so I'm kind of surprised that this call out even, like, happened, but they never call out Sam for, like, doing the same thing. I'm not even saying that they should be calling out Sam. It's just, it was a weird moment that they called out Liam for it. To this day, he still rolls like that. That's crazy, dude. Habit versus out of the ordinary, I guess. Probably. Yeah, probably. But strange.
4, 11 points of damage.
Points of
Sam
damage as you
almost
rush up
never uses
and
luck.
just slip it right into the sternum of the troll creature. It goes through and points to the other side. It kind of goes. You pull it up.
Like a matador, I turn my back to him. Because I don't think he can hit me. I don't think he's got it in him.
Perfect. Personally,
That one that just got up is irritating me, so I'm going to start by shooting him in the face.
okay.
I didn't notice it. I didn't notice it.
That's irritating. So that's a 32 to hit.
That hits. Good roll damage.
That's 12 points of damage plus 5 psychic, so 17 points of damage.
17 points of damage. All right. So as you hit it, you blow a large chunk out of its side. A wound that should have knocked it down, and it still stands and looks towards you.
That's irritating. All right, hitting it again. That's 26 to hit.
Oh boy.
And that's 9 points of damage and 1 psychic. That's 10 points of damage.
All right, 10 points of damage.
I will also say, credit to Matt, depending on what actually will put these guys down permanently, is another interesting aspect of a resource drain. Having a gimmick enemy, I would say, and I don't mean that derogatorily by any means, but like having a enemy where it's like, okay, you can get them down to 0, but the only way to permanently kill them is via fire damage, I think is a great feature in a resource drain combat. Having it have like a very particular weakness, because it potentially forces out that particular resource. It forces out a spell or a feature that does fire damage, or it forces the players to get creative. It forces them to take a torch out of their backpack. When was the last fucking time that Vox Machina used a torch, right? But they might actually do it here because they are so trying to conserve their resources that is either going to accomplish the goal of draining the resource, or it is going to prompt them towards more creative play. So I think these trolls are great resource drain enemies. They're really, really nice. And I wonder if it's going to be fire, because that's like the standard like troll weakness, or if it's going to be something like radiant. Although I know that Pike did radiant damage to it, so I don't know.
Once again, the shot blows out part of its ribcage, and you see organs slop out of the ground and kind of...
For fuck's sake. Are we missing something here?
They're regenerating. Something's holding them together.
Well, it could be their version of a death ward.
It also could just be a thing where they need to run away. Maybe these things never die, and they literally just need to figure out, like, hey, we need to run, and these things are just gonna be behind us, and maybe we have to block the way behind us. That would be so cool. I would actually be so down with it if these trolls literally cannot be killed. They can just be dropped to 0, and then the party has to bar the way behind them somehow. That'd be so sick. I love a good sequence of, like, we're running out of the room and we have to like shut the way behind us, or we have to escape as the things fall down around us. I love an escape sequence. And running from a thing is escape sequence adjacent.
Yeah, fine. All right, I'm taking a third shot on that one.
Is it like we're going to have to do radiant damage?
You fought trolls before.
I don't remember them. When were they?
Yeah, that was a long time ago.
Doesn't like fire work on trolls?
That's what I thought. I was about to do fire.
Yeah, I was hoping my bowstrings would
Hang on, do I have anything written down?
Well, irritated by that one, I'm going to turn my attention to one that's bothering Keyleth and Scanlan, and I'm going to take a headshot at it. So, just burning great. Fuck it. Regenerate. And second headshot. And that's 32 to hit.
Hey.
And that's 16 points of damage plus 3 psychic, so that's 19 points of damage.
Nice.
And he has to do a Constitution saving throw.
26.
God fucking damn it.
18 plus 8. I'm sorry. I'm rolling really well for the saving throws.
That's really irritating. I've wasted so much grit. Nothing's happened.
Alright.
All right, I'm going to back up even further out of the room. I'm going to back up to the very edge of the existing...
Alright, so we'll say like you back up.
volume.
Yeah, like there.
But you're not backing down into the tunnel where you guys had risen up where you had the door.
T-post, please.
T-post, please.
No one... Yeah.
Alright, that's personal
That's
turn.
my turn.
Vex, you're up.
Okay.
We need some fire.
I don't have any of that.
Blazing.
Well, with my blazing bowstring, I'm gonna try
Something
it.
else like poison or acid? Is it acid?
I'm gonna I'm gonna shoot the one that I tried to hit before.
Okay, only hunter's mark on it still?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna try sharpshooter again.
Okay.
God damn it! That doesn't hit.
Wow.
Okay, I'm gonna try it again.
So
Maybe you shouldn't try sharpshooter, man. Sharpshooter is an optional thing for a reason.
Is it a 3?
fucking-
Yeah,
Hitting
I'm just,
tonight.
yeah, I'm just rolling like
Plus.
plus 14 minus 5.
Yeah, no.
Oh my god. You,
Oh, that one hit.
it's so
That
good. It's on
definitely
phone, but it's good.
Yeah.
That is, yeah. So that hits, right?
Yeah, that hits.
Okay. I didn't say blazing bowstring, so it doesn't count.
The fire is cursed.
6, 14. 14 plus 1 lightning damage. Is he? Yeah.
Oh, God.
Sneak attack.
You're going to help, yeah?
Plus 6.
Are you like
is
resistance to fire?
14 for the sneak attack.
Alright.
If I
And
toss a
then
fireball between
5
you,
for
would that
hunter's
do
mark.
Okay. And his motion?
I didn't say blazing
Oh, yeah,
bowstring,
okay.
so
So, you...
She didn't say blazing bowstring on the second one, I guess. That's tough. I mean, look, I'll applaud them for their consistency and for, if the rule is if you're going to use like an optional thing, you have to say it ahead of time, and if that's the rule and they're all following it, I can only give a thumbs up. That rule in particular, like the blazing bowstring, is there any downside to the blazing bowstring? I don't think there's a downside to my recollection. Sharpshooter, I totally get it with. I think it's a good rule for sharpshooter or hunter's mark. You gotta say it before. I think that's a good rule. But blazing bowstring, I don't think there's any reason not to blazing bowstring. If there's some sort of debuff to it, then it should also be included. And I just give 2 thumbs up to this consistency in the rules. But if it's something that, there would be no reason not to use it, I don't see why we wouldn't we wouldn't just say it's always on, right? Like a reasonable character, if there's no downside, would just always be using it. Whereas, like, you know, Hunter's Mark, it takes a spell slot. Sharpshooter, there is a debuff. So, you know, I fully agree. Like, you got to say those before the dice hit the table. I think that's a great rule. Blazing Bowstring, I don't know about it. Safer this way than getting Raging Fanatics in the comments. Yeah, I suppose. They got to think about the audience, but yeah. Is there a downside is my general rule? Yeah, if there's no downside, if it's purely positive, I kind of see no reason for us to just not assume that. Oh, is it limited usage? Okay. If it's limited usage, I like this rule. I think it's a good rule. And especially if it is limited usage and it doesn't apply to both attacks, I like this rule. That's fine. I really hate how many rules have to be invoked before a roll. I'd really prefer we rebalance things so they could be said after. I agree with you. I think I prefer abilities that allow you to invoke them after the fact. You know, it bears, or not bears, but if it doesn't, you know, you got to follow the design. But I agree with that, you know, design philosophy or direction in general. I would much prefer us to go towards things that you can invoke after the roll. I think it would be a much smoother experience overall. And those are the sorts of things that I think something like a 5.5 could look at addressing. I honestly don't know how much they did because I haven't really played in it yet, so I don't have like a super great grasp of it outside of the 3 classes that my players play. And it's not really relevant on a lot of those classes, unfortunately. But you know, those are the sorts of like small adjustments that I would think would be good. How does she even have 2 different bowstrings on one bow? Bah. Fantasy bullshit. There should be more smite-like abilities that can be used after. Yeah. I disagree to change it completely. Sometimes you need to take a risk and roll the dice. Yeah. I think I would prefer to see things that affect the dice roll being beforehand. Like Reckless Attack. I think Reckless Attack should stick around. It's a great ability. It has really obvious positives and negatives. And I think that could be like a really obvious split because you're not going to roll the die and then say, "Oh, can I Reckless Attack?" Or even if you did, it would be as easy as, sure, roll an additional die. But if you've already rolled like damage or something, then like obviously you're not going to use it. So I think that in general, I think things that attach to the attack roll can be over here beforehand because that's kind of where they have to be. And then things that apply to the damage should be after, so that you can see what happened. And not even so that you can see what happened, just for like ease of play, you know, just for smoothness. But it's also, it's a minor thing that I'd like to see changed. Yeah. Didn't 5.5 change Smite to needing to be called beforehand? I don't know. I don't like Paladin in D&D. I think Paladin I don't like the design of Paladin. So I don't pay much attention. All I know about how they changed Smite is that they made it spell. They made multiple different kinds of smites. All spells. Which was like an overall nerf to it. I don't know if they also changed it to where it has to be called out beforehand. I'm not sure.
The arrow hits it in the kind of chest area, watch part of its ribcage caves in from the blow, and it actually exits out the back. None of the flesh seems to stop it, and it kind of falls to the ground, unmoving.
Okay, for my bonus... Oh, wait, that's a 4th level spell. Should I use it or not?
Save it.
All right, I'll save it. I'm going to transfer the Hunter's Mark to the one attacking my brother.
Just 1 second?
Yeah.
All right.
And then Trinket is going to run up and stand next to my brother.
Right.
So you can get flanked.
Love you.
There you go. Yeah. Perfect. That ends Vex's turn. Pike's up.
Oh, geez. Okay, so I think...
She can turn undead?
She could turn undead, but she can't do it. How far are they? They're probably too far apart. Well, no, she could stand between them.
Each undead she can see within 30 feet.
30 feet, so she stands between.
She stands between
She's
them
going to climb up
first
on.
turn.
No, I'm not going to say that.
Yeah, she just does.
She's going to take a step like diagonally down this way.
Yeah.
And then turned undead.
Turned undead. That's a whole different ability.
Wisdom saving throw. Spell save is 18. If they're challenge rating 4 or lower, they load up.
They're not challenge rating. Is it wisdom save?
Okay, yeah, wisdom save. And that just means they're stirred.
Yeah, they all fail.
That's kind of fire.
They're all, as she holds up her holy symbol, you watch as this kind of radiant glow in the shape of Saren Ray emits from behind her, like these giant golden wings emerge, and for a moment you can see the beautiful dark complexion and flaming hair kind of rise behind Pike. And as that scatters outward, you watch as the faces of these undead troll creatures all of a sudden shift into this like absolute horror, and they all go and begin to make their way to turn and run.
Turn and run?
Yeah, they have to
Move
move
as
away.
far away as you can from the person.
Yeah.
It also cannot take reactions. For its action, it can use
Only
the dash
dash.
action.
Run right
All
past
it can do is
you.
run.
If it's got nowhere to move, it can
Yeah.
use dash.
Abu run.
Exactly. How long does it last?
It doesn't say, does it? 1 minute.
All right.
Or until it takes any damage.
Right. Okay. So that ends Pike's turn.
Yes.
Okay. Yes. Grog, you're up.
P5O.
What's your issue with Paladin? I think the mechanics and the flavor are mostly disconnected. Like the difference between a paladin and a cleric should be readily apparent from their mechanics. And Smite is just not that interesting of an ability. It's just not that unique. It is like it's a lot of damage, but it might as well be sneak attack. Like it is different than sneak attack, but in ways that kind of don't matter to me. I've said before, my like more ideal version of Paladin would be investing substantially harder into its auras. I think that Paladins being the aura class, which they already are, but I think making that like their main thing would be a much more interesting mechanical niche. Because right now their auras are a totally secondary mechanic to Smite. I would rather see the auras really buffed a lot, and not have Smite entirely. Like I would be totally fine with them just losing Smite entirely. Because I don't think that there is really any connection between their fictional flavor and Smite. Like I guess they're holy warriors, but so are clerics, man. Like show me the difference between inflict wounds on a cleric and smite on a paladin. Like it's just a so much of a nothing difference to me. I don't care. I don't care about them. And I love the idea of a paladin. I love it so much. It is so interesting. And I would really prefer if we got to see something that really leaned into their oaths quite a lot more as well. I would really like it if like you got to pick various like tenets of your oath. Or if just the oaths were more customizable in general so that you can create an oath that really fits your character. I think that would be really cool. But in general, I would just love to see it lean more into the oaths and the auras and have those like directly sort of build off each other. So like every single subclass having a unique aura, a totally unique aura that does something totally unique. I know the paladins have auras, but it is, I don't know. They don't do enough for my taste. Even something like Bardic Inspiration, I think Bardic Inspiration is like a mechanic that I don't like the I don't like the effect of Bardic Inspiration. I think it's really annoying to use, and it's why I never go Bard. It's because like I think that Bardic Inspiration just does not feel good to use. But fictionally, like within the fiction, I think it makes so much sense. Like it feels like a bard ability. And I think an aura feels like a paladin ability. Like an aura to me is like, yeah, like this person believes so hard in their oath that it manifests these powers. Like they are this like beacon of light, this beacon of belief that bring up everyone around them just by the like raw presence of them. And I think it would make them feel so much different than clerics. I just don't see whenever I consider going a paladin, I just think, why would I go paladin when I could go a cleric? Like the clerics are more flexible, they're more interesting to me. Yeah. Smite is the feature I use least because it's not that good damage. Also, the aura that adds charisma mod to saves is one of the best abilities in the game. Sure, but like stunning strike on monk is one of the best abilities in the game, and you're not going to see me defending monk as a class. So you know, just because an ability is, I'm not talking about how good or bad smite is. I'm talking about how, like, interesting it is. And I think it's just so uninteresting. But it is, like, their keystone ability, which I do not like. Removing Smite would be very unpopular, at least initially. Players hate losing powerful things. Buff auras, man. Buff auras. I would love to see auras just buffed the hell out of. If you want Smite, go and play Rogue. It's that simple in my head. If you want Smite, you should just play Rogue. I think you will, frankly, like have more success in that playstyle than Smite. Because also, like, Smite is, I think, a worse sneak attack. Mega would like Paladin more if they were more like Warlocks. Well, yeah, I'd like every class more if they were more like Warlocks. Yeah, you got... Oh, I'm fucking caught. Absolutely caught. Lock me away. I would. I think every subclass does have a unique aura. Do they? Let me see. I was looking. They all have Channel Divinity. Do they all have auras? I'm looking at... What am I looking at? I'm looking at level 7... on Oath of Conquest, Oath of Ancients, Oath of Crown. Oh wait, why am I doing it off screen? I just picked 3 random subclasses. Let's see. Oath of Conquest has Aura of Conquest, Aura of Warding. You're right. This is not an aura. Oath of the Crown does not have an aura. Yeah. I don't know. I would really love to see, if I'm being so for real with you guys, I would love for auras to just be a baseline ability. It's just like an ability you just get at level 2, 3, whatever. And they have a baseline ability, kind of like, you know, divine, or not divine smite, or fucking divine, the cleric ability. The cleric ability that they just used to turn the undead, right? Have the aura that has like a standard ability and then allow you to add on to that based on the tenant of the oath that you take. So have each like tenant customize the aura. I think that would be something I would love to see. Just something to work in the actual tenants into actual gameplay. I think that would be my real desire to see. I also wish, and this is something that I wish for Warlock as well, I wish that the fiction mattered more. Like, I wish that, like, the tenants had things that, like, you wanted to do and, like, weren't allowed to do. But also that you didn't, like, break your contract immediately, right? And same thing with the Warlock. I wish that patrons were more directly involved with Warlocks. I wish that Warlocks had to do something to upkeep their pact. Because right now they feel very disconnected. Now, frankly, I don't think that's going to happen. I'm not holding my breath for it at the very least. But the thing that I will hold my breath for is working aura more in to like the core play of the paladin. That's what I'd really like to see. Because right now I just feel like if I play a paladin, I'm just playing a worse cleric. and I would rather play a cleric. Like, the only, like, positive I see is, like, purely in the flavor, but the mechanics just don't support the flavor enough to me. That's my big issue, is that the mechanics just don't feel that connected to the flavor. And I wish that they felt more like they had some like flavor meat to them. That's my thing. That's my thing. Yeah. Every paladin at base has 2 auras, and most oaths have a secondary aura. Crown doesn't, but the rest I looked at quickly on Beyond did. They are there, which is why, like, I'm bringing them up, like, right? That's why I'm focused on auras. When you ask me, like, what would I want? I could, pull out an entirely separate mechanic. Part of the reason that I say, oh, I would love to see auras take center stage is because they're already there, right? Like, the fact, because where is Aura of Protection, I guess, is at 6th level. But, like, even 6th level is too late for me. 6th level is too late. I want to be looking at this aura at, like, level 1, honestly. Maybe level 2. But level 6 is already too late. We can get rid of spellcasting, get rid of lay on hands, get rid of fighting style. Definitely get rid of smite. I would be willing to pitch any and all of these because I'm looking at these and these are fighter clerics. This is fighter cleric. Why am I playing fighter cleric? I could play multi-classed, fighter, and cleric. This feels like a subclass to me. This feels like a fighter subclass or a cleric subclass. Or, if we want to go back into the history of what Paladin was, it feels like an expert class or a prestige class. Like, I don't care that I have lay on hands. I could get something very similar going on in cleric. I could get something very similar to Paladin Smite going on in cleric. I mean, even at this point, fucking Warlock has Eldritch Smite if they want it. So I don't know. And, like, it all being, like, around spellcasting, like, spellcasting's fine. But they're only a half caster anyways. Like, for a half caster, why is so much of the focus of my subclass on fucking custom spells that I get, right? Custom spells on a half caster? Why? Like, I get it for sorcerer. I get it for warlock. Those are full casters. They have access to all the levels. It makes total sense. But on a half caster? Why? I don't care. So I don't know. Yeah, channel divinity. That was the other thing I'm thinking. They have channel divinity just like clerics. I mean, they're not doing themselves any favors when it comes to the cleric comparison. I'd really like to see, like, an ancestral guardian barbarian type paladin. Right? Or not ancestral guardian. Tempest. I think Tempest Barbarian is a better paladin than paladin. Let's see, where are they? Storm Herald, not Tempest. Yeah, Path of the Storm Herald. Storm Aura. You emanate a stormy magical aura when you rage. This aura extends 10 feet away, but in every direction. And you get to choose. You can say it's a desert, it's the sea, it's the tundra, right? Dream with me for a second. If instead of the Paladin aura is just doing something static, if they were more like Storm Aura, where now you are, like, choosing between your different tenants, right? If you're Oath of the Ancients, you're choosing Kindle the Light, and it has everyone do extra fire damage or something. You're choosing, push back the enemies of civilization, and you're able to, like, invoke some sort of fear mechanic on them. Not Daggerheart fear, but, you're able to, like, push them away. You're saying, like, what's the third tenant of Oath of the Ancients? I can't remember all the tenants, but it's some sort of protective one, and you have this temp HP one, right? Like, even this one, this storm grants you benefits even when your aura isn't active. These benefits are based on the environment you chose for your storm aura. Couldn't it be the benefits are based on the tenant you chose for your oath, right? Like, that's my That's my thing. That's my thing, right? Is like, I think that if the core Paladin class looked more like Storm Herald, I think it would be a broadly more interesting class to me. But as it stands, I just have very little interest in playing them, which is tough. BG3 Will Warlock? Yeah, where it has like more interaction with your Warlock patron. Yeah. I think DH Warlock have requirements on long rests, so another win for DH. You're completely correct, Delphi. Completely correct. I love it. I do think Paladin lost quite a bit with not needing to be lawful good and human from early edition. It gave the class a very specific identity. Yeah, I mean, I think that like, and I understand why they're stripping back a lot of those requirements. There are other classes that also had similar requirements. And I think those requirements are interesting, but I also fully understand why some people would want them removed. And so I'm not going to fight too hard for that one, but I just wish they had a more interesting mechanical identity. I think Lay On of Hands is the most interesting mechanical piece of Paladin, and healing sucks in 5e. So and it's most interesting if your DM is using like poison or diseases, which a lot of GMs are just not. So, I don't know. It's funny you dislike Fighter Cleric. One of my ideas for what I do with the class list of 5e rework is to explicitly think of things as Fighter X, Wizard X. Oh, I think that most are that. Like, I think that, like, Eldritch Knight is Wizard Fighter. Like, is Fighter Wizard. I think that the new School of Dance Bard is Bard Monk. Like, that's how a lot of subclasses are already thought of. That's kind of my point, is that Paladin feels like it is designed as a subclass of fighter or a subclass of cleric. That's my big issue with them, is that they feel subclassy. Right? So when I say, why would I care about cleric fighter? It's not that I wouldn't care about cleric fighter. My point is more, I could go play cleric with a fighter subclass, or I could go and play fighter that's, more cleric aligned with like Eldritch Knight. I could take some, cleric-y type spells. I could do some radiant damage spells. And I think I would have a more cohesive feel to them. Even someone's bringing up Ranger. It's like Ranger has, I think, a very similar mechanical identity issue. I actually think they did some improvements in 5.5 with the way that they reworked Hunter's Mark. But I also think that Ranger is a harder class to fix than Paladin. I think Paladin's an easier class to fix than Ranger is. Because the Ranger having its own identity would need to involve more exploration mechanics for them to interact with. And Paladin doesn't need that, I don't think. I think Paladin can work with what they have, but instead of tinkering around with Smite and giving them Find Steed at 5th level, or whatever they get Find Steed now, I think we could invest more into the auras. I think the auras are the coolest thing about them, and they are underbaked in comparison. And Bing Bong is correct. Like I should say, like, they do get 2 auras on base, and most of the subclasses do have additional unique auras. I just want them to go even more into it. Like, make that the thing. Get rid of this Lay On a Hand stuff. Get rid of the Find Steed. Get rid of Smite. Put it all into auras. Let me customize my auras as much as possible. Sort of like how Warlock allows you to customize your Eldritch Blast with invocations. I'd love that. And Warlock goes even crazier with it, right? Warlock, you have a million different customizations that you can make to a million different parts of your kit. I'd be more than happy if the customization on Paladin was just customizing your aura so that it fits your own personal oath and tenets. I think that'd be very cool. Because I think the concept, like the raw concept of Paladin is really cool. But the way that the oaths are organized right now, even in the fiction, does kind of homogenize them. Like, I can make a Warlock where the only requirement for me making that warlock is that they made a pact with something, right? Whereas right now, the oaths, which are theoretically the defining feature of Paladin, force you into subclass boxes, right? So like the defining feature of Paladin, equivalent to the pact, right, it requires you to build your character to believe in something in particular, right? As a warlock, the pact that I make does not determine the personality of my character. The only thing it determines is that I was desperate enough to make a pact, or I thought that making a pact was the right call for me. Whereas Paladin oaths, not being able to customize them in any way, especially the tenants, mean that most paladins are going to fall into one of a few buckets. Most conquest paladins are going to look pretty samey because the conquest paladin oath requires you to build your character to believe in certain things or to uphold certain tenets. Whereas if I'm an archfey patron warlock, those could look a million different ways, right? There could be people that actively rebut against the nature of their deity, right? There could be people that really lean into it. There could be people that are just using it, right? There's a lot of different variety of personality. Whereas the current, like, tying the oaths to your subclass, it doesn't allow that as much, I think. I think that's my other big issue. I prefer Aura over Smite, and the oaths being the subclass, I think, is fundamentally restrictive in the amount of characters that can even be a paladin. In a way that I don't even think is that interesting. Like, I'd prefer for them to be restricted to lawful good before I would prefer for their subclasses to be tied to their tenets, to their oaths. I think the oath should be like the defining like feature of who this character is, you know? I've got a lot of opinions. I mean, what I want is for there to be full classes of martial versions of magic classes and magic versions of martial classes. Ranger's a great example of that. I can't decide if it's martial or magic, and it fails to satisfy either camp. Yeah, I get you. How would you punish PC warlocks from not listening to their pact owner? I mean, I think that the like thing about a pact is that it is an agreement, and that agreement is often represented as like a legal-ish contract. So I haven't had a PC warlock in a long time, but the last time I had one, whenever the patron asked them to do something, they laid out what the punishment would be for disobedience. They were like, if you do not do this, I'm going to do this to you. And that was like a thing that was laid out during the request. Because this is transactional, right? They don't need to pretend like the pact bearer wants to do it. So the patron that I was working as, or that I was working in, the warlock was also like kind of unwilling. Like, they didn't really want to be a warlock. They kind of got tricked into it. And so the patron was very, in the fiction, not, of course, the player designed it, but in the fiction, they got tricked into it. And the patron was very, like, aware of that, and so would line out the punishment for disobedience when they asked things. Yeah. I like that an oath kind of sets what kind of person you are, because it helps build the idea of why orders of paladins form and work together, because they have the same ideas of how the world should be. That's fair. That's fair, frankly. That I think if that is going to be the case, I think there needs to be a bigger variety. Like, I want a variety on the level of cleric temples, right? Because cleric temples don't even define what kind of person you are. So I'd like to see something more akin to like Stormlight Archive, right? I mean, I guess like minor spoiler for Stormlight. It's not really gonna tell you too much. But like the characters in Stormlight Archives just like are paladins. Like in our conception of what paladins are, they're paladins, all of them. Every single one of the Radiants. I mean, they're called fucking Radiants for crying out loud. They're all paladins, and there are 10 different orders of them. And I'd like to see that as just like a base starting line. If we are going to say, okay, the tenants are set, it attracts certain types of people, I think that's fair enough, honestly. But if that is the case, I would like to see more expression within that, or just again more ability to influence the auras and have the auras directly tied to the tenants. Right now, the tenants are like broad themes, which is fine, but I'd like to see the themes be even deeper than they are currently. Because I think right now, if we include the Xanathar's Guide subclasses, what are there, 7 or 8? I would assume. If we're only talking about the ones in the PHB, probably 4. And I'd like to see more of them than like 4 people. But honestly, that's the point that I'm most willing to seed. I'd be okay with that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That doesn't count. 6. Oh wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then wait, where's Oathbreaker? Oh, I guess Oathbreaker isn't there. I guess it's part of the 4 not shown. But yeah, I'd be fine with if we wanted to keep the oaths as subclasses, but then I would want the tenants to be a much larger component of the oaths if they are going to stay as the subclasses, I think. Granted, in my world, paladins can't be without an order of fellow paladins unless they have a very specific reason, which is not, that's not default lore. But like even like an order of paladins is not by default a thing. And one of the reasons that I would prefer, like, I think your explanation for why they should stay as the subclasses is valid, but I kind of prefer the idea of a paladin with a sort of customized oath and kind of being separate from any sort of establishment, because again, I'd really like to differentiate them from clerics. Like, even comparing it to like the Stormlight example, there's no equivalent of clerics in Stormlight Archives, right? It is just the paladins, so we don't need to be worried about comparisons to clerics. But if we also have all of these, like, I've never had paladin orders in any of my settings, specifically to delineate the difference between what is a cleric and what is a paladin. Paladins are always kind of lone warriors in my settings, maybe with a few followers. So you might see like a band form around a singular paladin who share their ideals, and maybe some of them have sworn similar oaths, but it is not a order as such. An oath gives powers because a group of people believe in its ideas and uphold them, and that's why paladins have powers. That's like a very Kuatoa-esque way to think about it, is that the group has to have the belief. I don't think that's the way I'd go with paladins. Again, I like to see them as more individualist and a bit more customized, I suppose. Again, trying to delineate between clerics. If we pitch the cleric subclass, we have a whole other discussion here, or the cleric class. We'd have an entirely different discussion on our hands, but I don't think that's going to happen. Yeah, Wizards of the Coast definitely has favorites to get all the subclasses, and some classes just get fucked over. Yeah. It happens. That's the same thing with, like, honestly, it's the same thing with Bard for me. Like, I would love to play a Bard in terms of the flavor of a Bard, but I'm just not interested in any of their subclasses. I think most of their subclasses are boring. Are boring, or like are just done better by a different class. Like, why would I play fucking College of Glamour when I could just play a fucking Archfey Warlock at this point. Like, it has to beat out playing a Warlock in my head. And Bard does not pass it. The only one that passes it is College of Whispers. College of Whispers is the coolest Bard subclass. I would like to play it someday. But other than that, Artificer, anyone? Yeah. I tend to have it. Clerics are Michael Jordan fan club, but a Paladin is a kid who just happens to be very good at basketball. That's fair. I just would rather them be more distinct. Like, that's... I can argue for distinctions between them all day long, but I'll tell you right now, my conclusion at the end of the day is that they are not distinct enough. When they both have channel divinity, when the Paladin is almost entirely borrowing things from other classes, or at least similar things from other classes, even Smite at this point, I would say is really similar to a lot of other class abilities. I think Aura is like the most truly unique thing that they have going on. And I think just investing in that, regardless of any other changes, would be something I'd really love to see from Paladin. You can keep everything else, just make him a little bit weaker or something. I don't know. I would enjoy playing a Valor Bard. I don't know. For me, it doesn't scratch the itch. I've looked at Valor, Swords, any of the combat bards, and it just, I don't know. It doesn't grab me. Yeah. I've always had it flipped in my head with clerics just having to worship a god, no need to be a member of its church because God gave many domains and so have no uniform church. Whoa. Yeah, that's very, that's very flipped from my head. What are the cleric subclasses actually even called? Are they called domains? Cleric subclass of your choice, subclass, no subclasses here. What are they called? Ambition, Grave. They're just domains, right? I suppose that they don't have to be a member of an actual church. I think it's just that cleric to me has a church ecclesiastical just sound to it. Like when I think of a cleric, I think immediately of a member of an organization, whereas I don't have that same immediate relation with paladins. Yeah, I don't know. If you're a god of death and rebirth and many other things, you have many churches dedicated to each of the domains. Is there a real world religion that works that way? I don't think there is. Maybe I'm crazy here, but I think almost exclusively religions that have deities have cultic worship dedicated to the deity, not one of the aspects of the deity, because we personify the aspects. So you don't just have a church of death. You have a church of, what's the god of death in Greek mythology? Kronos? No, Kronos is wrong. Hades. You have a church of Hades, right? Or you have a cult of Hades, right? It's maybe there's some East Asian religions that operate that way. I don't totally know how Buddhism operates. And I know that even calling Buddhism a religion is a whole kind of thing. I also don't know how shrine worship works in Hinduism. So maybe there's some equivalence there, but I think broadly, churches dedicated to domains is kind of backwards from what the point of a god is. We create gods in order to personify forces of nature. Or just, aspects in our life, like luck or fate or whatever. The reason that it is a god is so that we can have a more personal interaction with it, as opposed to this generic force. I think that's how it mostly works. I'm not a scholar of religion. I just fucking play one on stage. So don't take my word for it, but I think that is the opposite of how most religions work. Yeah. We can make a religion out of this. Yeah. Yeah. Cult of Demeter, not Cult of the Hearth. Yeah. Some temples focused specifically on one aspect more than the others, but the temples were still dedicated to the deity. Right. That's how my thought process went. It's like it would still be the temple to that deity, even if they accentuated one of those deities' features more or less. Yeah. Yeah. It might be my own biases of the world. I've never understood the humanization of gods. I think, yeah. I mean, like, I get it. Like, I don't think that's like a crazy perspective to have, but I do think it is the way that it works. I think that just is the way that it works. Regardless. I mean, it can work differently in your world. It can work totally differently in your world. Like, the concept of a world where the vague concepts are worshipped is interesting. Like, I'd be interested to, like, dive into that more in the way that it differs from reality. But I do think it differs pretty strongly from reality. Yeah. You have a golden statue of Athena. You don't have a golden statue to the concept of strategic planning. Yeah. Which like there's something to be said for like you could maybe have a like sort of a C4, like a campaign 4-esque view of like we killed the gods, but there are still kind of these like primordial forces just kind of hanging around. And so those have a little bit more like vague influence as opposed to like a personalized influence. And we don't worship the personas because we know that we killed them. Like, there's something there. Don't get me wrong, but I do think it's like a unique and novel take. So I don't know, maybe accentuate that even more in your setting. Cause like the ramifications of having all of the gods be like totally depersonalized is would have like ramifications. Like it's hard to like fight for like in the name of something that is totally depersonalized. And so like the way that people interact with religion would be just very different. And like the way that cultic worship forms would be totally different. I think it would be a lot more it would focus way more on like ritual and mechanics and like formula, which is already a thing that did happen in the ancient world. But I think it would focus even more on those things and far less on like tenets and desires and like the opinions of the gods, right? Like so much of religious worship is like about what the god likes and doesn't like and like appeasing the god. But if it's just like a depersonalized force, you don't really have to do a lot of that. You have to treat it more like you treat an earthquake or something. You know, you just have to deal with it. You just have to ride it out. Which again, you know, looking back in our history, we tended to personalize earthquakes because it felt weird that these things would just happen to us, right? For no rhyme or reason. It felt weird that the river would flood for no reason that we could identify in the ancient world. And so it made more sense to have it be controlled by someone who had specific desires and opinions and et cetera, et cetera. So if you don't have that, it'd be very interesting to like just see how like the general demeanor of that society would develop. Anyways, yeah. It's just the one that a lot of English-speaking D&D players reference for a pantheon. Oh, the Greek pantheon. Yeah, it's like Greek not Greek, like Western society in general, and especially like modern Western society has been so influenced by Greek and Roman culture, and also just like there's so much Greek and Roman culture in pop culture, in like pop media. So I think it's, you know, understandable that it's the thing that people mostly reference, but it is only one way of, looking at things and doing things. Yeah. Yeah. Druids can be kind of clerics in that way, nature and stuff. They can be. They kind of are like that, yeah. So I don't know. Interesting thoughts about like what is like kind of like interesting and novel about that world, yeah. In the world I run, each plane of existence has its own god, who is the embodiment of that plane, but not a guy you can just talk to, but the force of nature itself. Yeah. I mean, that is novel. That is novel. And I'm definitely not going to call it bad. Yeah, I mean, if anyone's watched the stream, they know I love to get into fantasy mythology and fantasy religions. So you're taking a kind of novel take on religion within the context of a fantasy world. Yeah, you're not going to hear any arguments from me that you shouldn't do that. That sounds interesting as hell. Maybe just recognize that it is maybe a little bit different, or do some research into religions that worked similarly. I don't think there are many, if any, Western-oriented religions that worked that way. But there might be some African or ancient Mesoamerican or South American, like Asian religions. Like there's a plethora of religions to pick from. Many more than exist nowadays. And one of them might have some similar aspects to what you're thinking of in your world, and maybe you could pull some world building stuff from it. Could be. Anyways.
Gonna run over here. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30.
Okay.
And I'm going to smash your pants. Patrol, reckless, very weapon faster.
All right.
Pants McGee.
Natural 20.
Oh, what did
Shit.
10 now, right, D10.
D10, yeah.
9, 25, 50, 57, 63. Oh shit.
As you rush up behind, as it's turning to run away from Pike, it turns around, its face comes right to yours as you go, whack! Its jaw, rockets off,
Nice.
and it's like scatters across the ground.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You pinch that.
You think that? It's got all the teeth.
Yeah, it's more of a jagged headbutt. That's the first attack.
Yeah, I mean,
19.
A natural
I
what?
use this like a.
A natural shit.
I like to give you honesty. You got a little.
So it's shit. I can't do reverse math.
You mean subtraction.
Oh no! Oh no! That hurt. It was an 8. Thank you.
All right, does 19 hit your armor class? Yeah. Roll damage.
God.
Oh no!
This guy's got up and down. Oh no, I can't do math at all. 24, 34.
You suffer 34 points of bludgeoning damage.
So 17.
Yes.
So he didn't strike the troll at all.
No,
So the troll
you have to drop as you swing back with a backward strike. The arm seems to swing around in a circle and then clubber you in the back of the head. And you're like, you spit blood on the ground, and you feel the ring in the back of your skull.
Oh, God. What the fuck is this stupid ass hammer? Is he
So excited. You guys look over and watch as Grog bludgeons himself in the back of the head.
I didn't know you were so flexible, bro. Are you drunk? Are you drunk?
Yep.
And Grog's turn back to you up. That guy's no longer frightened, by the way, so you did do damage.
As my bonus action, I do have a bonus action. Can I use my second win?
You may.
Go for it. 1d10. 3 plus 6 plus.
That hammer is
11.
I know, I can't wait to read the card. There you go. What you doing back?
What I'm going to do is turn to a trinket really quick and say, guard this dead thing, and then I'm going to use my movement and dash action if necessary to sprint around and flank that troll between me and Grog.
All right, because it is frightened, it isn't, and it's from the view of Pike, it does not make an attack opportunity on you.
Okay.
You notice you step over and rush this way, and you are now there flanking with Keyleth.
Flanking with Keyleth. Okay, shift, and
You
buff.
can just scan if you want to move there.
If Keyleth is on the other side, I'll just go.
Keyleth's there or scan that way.
As long as I'm flanking either way.
So do you want to go the other way? Against Grog?
No, I'm fine. I'm flanking with Keyleth right now. To the butt. It's fine. 28 on the first, and 20. It was 18, 30 something on the second.
Yeah, but
Okay, so first one is 4, plus 8 is 11, plus psychic is 12, plus those guys, 12, 13, not that great. 13, 16, 19, 22, 26, 28 for that one.
Ow.
Sorry.
28 points of damage?
Yeah, and then
Hit.
this.
One. it falls to the ground, unmoving. As you stab at the back of the skull, you guys watch as the dagger, as Whisper protrudes from the front of the skull, and it kind of and slumps to the ground.
That was the first one.
People whisper back out.
The second one, I'm going to shove it down into its eye socket and just grind it around for the second attack, even though it's down.
Okay, so it's on the ground. It's easy enough. You go ahead and grab the back of its motionless skull, and jam and dig around and scramble the brains on the inside with your dagger. Okay,
that's it.
All right, that's your turn.
Done.
All right, ending Vac's turn. The corpse on the ground, as you're scrambling its brains, suddenly its other eye flickers open, it reaches up and grabs you, and from the ground it's going to use you to pull itself back up.
You gotta chop it up. Or set it on fire.
It's going to go ahead and take, at this point, it's going to take a claw attack at you. Cool. That is 20.
Nope.
As it tries to claw at you, you just kind of barely dodge it away. Your hair kind of as it passes. It's going to spin around and claw at Scanlan behind
me.
with a 17.
Yeah, of course.
All right.
No, they all hit.
9 points of slashing damage. Sure. And after it finds purchase on you, it realizes that you're a little more vulnerable. Its claw still dug in your shoulder. It's going to pull you in, and it's going to attempt to, using its upper jaw, jam its teeth down into you. The lower jaw with the tongue just kind of dangling out at this point. That's 25.
Yeah.
Yes.
You take 5 points of piercing damage and make a Constitution saving throw.
No.
What does it mean?
Their Constitution save like 20 minutes ago.
No, I don't know what it means.
That's pretty good.
That was not.
23.
Okay. Alrighty. This one's going to get back up from the ground. It's going to crawl its way back to its feet, and it's going to unload on Pike again. It's
It
just
hasn't
right
been
there.
hit yet. Since she
It was dead when she did turn undead. It was not affected by it.
Okay, so
but it has since regenerated itself back.
Was it dead or was it undead? I'm just being stupid. Go for it.
No worries. Yeah, unfortunately, its body was not moving. It was not actively present and able to pay attention when the first effect
God,
happened.
these fuckers just keep getting up and up.
It's on.
That's not hit. That's 15. That's a 14. Then its bite attack. That is a 22. What's armor class?
23
with the shield, yeah.
Get stepping.
It goes to bite towards her. It's like jaw, like tearing open the muscle, actually stretching and pulling with each bite. Its body kind of falling apart, and she just beats it back with armor and shield, no effect. And this one here, which has not been damaged, is just going to go ahead and run the fuck away. So you guys can see where it is right now.
Well, bye, Mark.
All right, that brings us to Scanlan's turn.
All right. Jesus. Oh, there's all these people around.
Just smoke us. Come on, man.
Come on, just
All
do
right,
it.
I'm gonna step away from the troll,
Okay.
and I'm gonna light it up.
It's going to go ahead and
I
make.
thought it was frightened.
No, it wasn't until you hit it.
Don't know.
He's not frightened anymore.
Oh shit! All right.
It's going to try and swing its bite at you once more.
All right.
That is 15.
Yep.
Still hits. Okay.
Geez, Scanlan, you need better armor.
Sorry.
Did you just get me?
No, your last year after Scanlan.
Scanlan, you know I've got armor you
No,
can
I
have.
know. Yeah, I remember that.
No, thanks.
So let's give you last turn again?
I'm gonna give it to you after this.
This is the second time
I'm already wearing
Correct. Oh, I must skip last turn. I'm so sorry.
That's okay.
Double attack.
I don't think I've done anything.
No, I give you 2 rounds.
Oh
I
my
give you 2 rounds after this. It's my
Your
fault.
armor is my fucking armor. I gave it to you.
That's totally my fault. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
So anyway, that's 6 points piercing damage to you. Make Constitution saving throw.
Ooh, natural 20.
Yeah.
All right.
Raw stock.
Felix, we're doing twice. It's my fault.
Still my turn.
Oh, sorry.
Fireball.
Fireball?
Wand of fireball.
To who?
To that troll who just hit me.
20 foot.
I was backing away, so it wouldn't be in the way.
You're gonna smoke everybody?
Yep. I asked.
I'll be fine.
You can kind of place it to where it might hit both of them and not us.
That's true.
Is it that big?
Yeah, it's
Fireball.
20
Yeah,
foot.
dude. Yeah, dude.
Well then, yeah, I'm smoking them both.
Do it.
All right.
Yeah.
That's gonna.
This
that's
is how
gonna
we do
in order to
it.
do that, you're gonna hit Pike,
Everybody.
Vax, and Grog.
Sorry, friend.
That's okay. Pike has fire resistance.
She does.
You don't have to hit me.
So I need Grog, Vax, and Pike to make dexterity
Is it
saving
possible to do it without hitting Grog?
Nope, not of that size.
I'm gonna
I
use
mean, he probably
This
could.
is a wand,
but
by the way.
It'll hit Trinket.
Good choice. For Pike.
Your Scanlan's choice.
It's regular.
Grog or Trinket. You can hit one or the other.
absolutely Grog. I love my trinket. Sorry, Mike.
It goes back into the
All right. So neither of the.
Oh, you're right. Then I'll hit trinket.
Okay.
You're dick.
All right. Roll a dexterity save for Trinket.
Oh, motherfucker.
I already rolled terribly for Pike.
I'm using, it's a wand.
Yeah.
So I'm using 3 charges.
charges
Which
to
is
the
10d6.
Oh, right. All right. So 10d6 points of fire damage.
Can't wait.
All right.
11.
You need to.
I have 0 d6 right now.
Okay,
I don't know what
one,
happened to
so-
my
10,
Pike got a 5.
Yes.
Vax got a 20.
7, 8.
Okay.
9,
And your spell, what's the DC on the wand?
15.
15.
10d6.
So yeah. So you succeed. You take no damage.
No damage.
Being a rogue.
Lovely. Lovely dice.
And the pirate is
It's a 6. What?
yours is one, I can't remember.
Fire resistance. Cool.
That's not
Flip it over.
That's fine.
That's a good roll.
40.
So 40 points of fire damage, 20 to Pike because she's resistant.
Yeah.
None to that. 40 to Trinket. And you watch as
Don't you have fire resistance?
Not in this thing.
both of the standing trolls just scatter to ash, just turn to burned dust and nothing as their bodies are consumed by the flame of the fireball, leaving nothing but smoke and a shadow of their form against the wall. All right, Scanlan. That's your turn.
I was barely about 250.
Yeah,
Okay.
and just to refresh, that's a wand. Does that still use my spell slot?
No, the one has charges on it.
Yeah.
Can you use that wand again?
Yeah, it regenerates after a long rest. Or I have to roll for it.
But it's not a one shot. It's got several charges, right?
It's got several charges.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
It's got more in it.
Okay.
Let's start
How many
everyone.
charges
Good hustle. Good hustle, everybody. Good job. Good job. Good job.
Traps and see if there's anything interesting in the.
Pike says,
yeah.
we probably have about
Oh, there's still one troll over here that ran out of sight.
Yeah, 45 seconds maybe before that
He
other
ran out
troll
of sight?
realizes that he's not
Yeah.
scared of me anymore.
Well, let's go plunder the loot.
There's loot.
You guys go plunder the loot. I'll
Somebody come
kind of
with
creep
me to
over.
that troll.
Yeah.
Let's go kill the troll.
Look over to
Sorry, it's your turn, I forgot about that.
That's okay. You're so cute.
Okay, so you're just going where?
I want to see if I can see him.
6, and you're going to dash your direction, move over?
Can I not see him?
Not your basic movement, no. There's a wall.
Yeah, might as well.
turns up.
Yeah.
That's true.
You do.
have to.
Yeah.
Okay, so you move around the corner and you watch as the troll is currently like locked in the corner. It's back to the wall, going.
He's got a really pretty necklace on. Hey, it's okay. It's okay. Calm. Fireball out of the staff.
Okay.
Nah, don't tread on me.
Goodness gracious.
Balls of fire.
Yeah, no, won't hit anything but himself in the surrounding chamber. All right, so go ahead and roll damage on that.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, can I get 2 more d6s from you?
You're doing a standard 8d6 or?
It's on my staff. I can't do anymore.
right, yeah.
Just, yeah.
I lose all my d6s.
Reroll ones. You got 2 ones there. That's a 1.
Yeah.
Like a d6.
Like a d6. Like a,
Whoa!
yeah.
Critical,
Okay, so
critical.
10, 16, 24, 8, 30. 35 damage.
35 damage. Alrighty. The explosion hits and bursts around. The flames burn. You can see like some flames are catching on the trolls.
Oh no. Still alive?
Still alive, yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna take my bonus action to do something I've never done before, and I am going to trace from my staff and pull out a flame blade. Shing.
Okay. So you guys watch as Keyleth puts her fingers across the top of the staff, and where her fingers kind of arc around, it creates this arc of fire. And when she stops, she grabs onto a hilt that didn't exist, but now does in her hand. That arc of flame that stayed suddenly solidifies into a scimitar-like blade that's in her hand.
Nope.
She can do that?
You can do that?
Do it, man.
Fucking Jedi.
All right,
pretty
then your
sick.
turn.
Yeah.
All right,
and then
Percy.
I'll just wait for it. Yeah.
Percy, you're up.
You didn't even see it.
I know.
You
I
can't
know.
even see that she did that.
I can imagine in the abstract universe,
you
though.
don't.
I sure can, Laura Bailey. I sure can.
Oh, look who's back in the fight.
Yeah, that's all. Ain't nothing else happening.
You're just going and looking for loot.
Yeah, she's got it.
It's true.
Like you're
Don't
not
like Rockland, you know what happens when that happens.
All right, it's Percival's turn. Vex, you're up.
I'm gonna.
look for loot.
No, I'm gonna fly over. Can I get to a place where I can see the troll?
How many is this?
You're gonna fly down?
I have 50 feet on my broom.
You dash. Broom dash.
You get right around there and see.
There you go.
I'm gonna shoot him.
All right, go for
And he's
it.
still hunter's marked.
Yes, yes.
That's not a Hawaiian leg.
17?
17 does it.
Oh, thank God. Nope.
Get his ass.
I didn't say it. It didn't happen.
13.
13 plus 3 lightning damage.
Pass.
Plus 1 hunter's mark.
So the first strike hits it. It smells like the fire kind of trailing up his body. Second shot.
21.
That
The
hits.
thing that you wanted to say.
The blazing bowstring?
Yeah, that.
Blazing bowstring,
Thank
but I didn't say it.
Didn't say it.
Sorry. 9. I only get 2 per short rest, so if we don't rest, then I don't get it again.
Yeah. Don't save our lives, whatever you do.
6 lightning damage.
Nice.
Plus 9 plus 2. 11.
All right, so both arrows hit it in the chest. 1, 2. And it's still kind of standing there, the flames curling around it. The ceiling, by the way, from the impact of the fireball is like, it's looking pretty fragile.
But that's the exit. That's where we need to go to.
You do see, Keyleth, from this perspective, there is a small opening on the far wall where it looks like possibly whoever raided this vault had previously come over into it.
Shit. Would Trinket have been able to make it over to him? Would Trinket have been able to make it over to him?
It would have been really close. Probably not. You don't know.
Several factors.
It's possible. 17 factors. And your turn, Vex?
Yeah.
Pike's up.
Pike saw Keyleth go running down that way, so she is going to run after her.
All right.
Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
25.
And she will. She can't see the troll
You
from
can
there,
see
right?
the troll just past the corner. That
She
she
can
has,
see the troll. Oh my god! I think it's time for a guiding bolt.
Guiding bolt up the butt.
Guiding bolt up the next teacher. Guiding bolt up the butt.
That's true.
Range 120 feet. A flash of
yeah.
light streaks towards the creature of your choice within range. Make a range spell attack against target on a hit. The target takes 46 radiant damage.
46. Can I
Okay.
roll?
Yeah, make a spell range attack plus 10 because it's Pike.
Oh, we have to attack.
Yeah, you gotta
you roll
attack.
to attack, and I'll roll for damage if you hit.
Yo, here's the white die you gave me.
That's good. That's
13
10.
plus 10 is 23.
That hits. Go roll damage.
Well,
Extra damage
9.
because it's undead.
No, I don't think so.
No.
10. 12. Guiding bolt.
12. Right up the
12
butt.
points.
Specifically towards the tank mat.
She's aiming for. This
grundle
is the
area.
same. No, this is a different guy that she.
Pike's on a tear today.
All right, so as she comes around the corner and with the holy symbol in one hand, kind of clutching behind the shield, she notches the edge of the mace at the edge of her belt and releases a bolt of energy. How do you want to do this? Because the radiant damage shuts down the undead fortitude, and the fire knocks down the regeneration.
Guiding bolt
shit.
streaks through the air, loops down to the ground, up through the butt, up out the head,
Yeah, out the
and,
mouth.
and out the mouth, and everyone vaguely hears, "That's my Pike," and its head explodes.
Its
Like
head
the
detonate.
impaler.
You see the radiant energy bursting out of its eyes, and as it screams, its head blasted upward. The energy bursting through its mouth. The jaw begins to burn away as the flames left over from the fireball consume the rest of its body as it tumbles to its knees and then burns in this kind of skeletal mass that turns to ash to the ground.
Yeah.
That happened in like 6 seconds. It was like,
We need
Nice.
to get out of here.
Indeed.
It's crumbling.
There are chests about.
Take my flaming sword and just do a few Jedi kid moves. Just when no one's looking, just go boom, 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 boom.
So, your own hero.
I can check for traps on that chest right there.
Let's check the
Over
chest.
there?
Check the chest for traps.
Yeah.
It's like early internet.
14.
Thank you for bringing that back.
14. Okay, does not appear to be trapped.
All right, then I'm gonna open it.
Open it. There are 7 gold pieces,
Oh,
2
sweet.
silver,
Yes,
and the rest of it's
yes.
empty.
Awesome.
God, think of all the
Look at all
Just
this
first you wanna check
money.
that
beers we can buy with that.
Check the traps.
Heavily rated.
All the beer.
check.
All the beer. All the one beer.
6-pack of natty ice
It's
for everyone.
a 22.
22. Okay. The room does not appear to be trapped. What you can see.
I'm gonna check that trunk.
All right.
Check.
The chest.
Can you check out the traps as well?
Can you see anything from that doorway?
Can I see anything from that?
This is not quite
Make
as
a
a
perception check.
7.
7? Doesn't appear to be trapped.
All right, I'll open it.
Don't fuck me, Gil.
I wander in and
Opens,
go,
it's not locked.
"Ooh."
26.
There's about 12 pieces of gold, 2 copper, 3 silver. This place has been cleared out.
I'm gonna pick up that little pile of gold, those like couple pieces of gold I see on the ground, and then
Okay, so
walk
you
towards
gather
it.
what amounts to about 35 gold pieces from there. Gil, what'd you roll?
It's gonna come in handy.
26. You're watching just as one of the supports that, like, the ceilings here are pretty solid. The one on the far end here has sustained damage from the fireball and the seeming drilling entry that whoever came here previously, and the constant moves of the Titan. At which point you're watching, you feel the most recent footfall.
Man, I would love if that was a more consistent feature of this dungeon rather than just the occasional one-off thing for when Matt wants to get him moving. Because that is like a really cool option that like the place is crumbling down around them and we only have it when Matt wants to get them moving along, which is like, it's fine. It's not like the worst place to use it in the world, but you know, as with a lot of this dungeon, like good ideas, I think iffy implementation.
The Titan and the whole ceiling right there in the corner goes.
I see
this entire
a
chamber.
I see another
door's covered.
Door covered?
Can you get through it?
Remember, there were 3 different ways, though, and then we just took one.
Oh.
That's the one we need.
Yeah.
This is it. Let's get through here.
All right.
What?
Okay, realizing that the druid and the Goliath are gonna have to figure that out, Vax walks to the middle there and starts to take a wee in the corner on the outside. Yeah, because it's been a long time.
We don't want the druid to
Do we
use
want to
any
go
more
through the
spells.
collapsed doorway, or do we want to go back to one of the other?
Well, we
tunnel
already
options?
whatever other tunnel options. There's probably other monk.
I don't think there are any other tunnel options. Am I crazy? Like, he's saying that there are other tunnel options, but I didn't hear any other tunnel options. I think he is mistaking other tunnels for being these 2 doorways. Like, they came into here and then there are these 2 doorways. I think he's thinking of other tunnels in here, or maybe he's not. Maybe I'm wrong and missed a part where they described some other tunnels coming off of the lake section potentially. Maybe there was some more back here that I missed. It's possible.
Monsters and trolls of fucking undead waiting there
Gotta
too.
go through this door.
So let's just fucking go through this.
This is on you, Grog.
I can do a few things.
Don't
I can
use any spells.
No
Don't
spells.
use any spells.
hang on,
Grog,
hang on.
punch through this shit.
Wait. I can commune with nature and maybe like figure out the tunnel system. Or, depending on where we are, and if we think it's like, now we're on that time crunch and we want to get going, I didn't want to burn this yet, I did bring Find the Path, which is a 1-day concentration spell, which just gets us to where we want to go as quick as possible, like finding, like, but I don't know. But can I do that
I'm not
with
an expert in core magic,
Tharampala?
but don't you need to know where you're going for that spell to work?
Well, if we're getting to
going to-
Tharampala.
that's
It's a big city.
Getting to the top.
It's concentration for up to 1 day,
Right.
but it only lasts until if you lose concentration halfway through.
Which is why I haven't wanted to do it yet. Until we felt like we needed to go.
I think we'll
Just
find
specific fixed location you're familiar with in the same plane of existence. So you could, in theory, say Tharampala, and it would guide you to the fastest path there until you lost concentration.
it. But if in an hour somebody threw it.
I'm just saying we have that at our disposal when we
can go down the hallway.
when we feel.
Let's-
Do we want to just do a quick commune with nature then to try and get paths? It's going to take a few minutes though.
But what would that tell you? We know
I could get like an idea of the tunnel system for like a 3-mile radius.
Okay.
Yeah, let her do her thing. I think we can afford a few
Right?
minutes.
Could I do that?
And Grog could finish it tuning. Oh, no, you did. Stop hitting yourself.
Oh yeah.
Tuned, right?
Have I finished the tuning with the black hammer
Let
of
me make
face
sure
smash?
that the
Oh, yeah, no,
rules of this is
it's-
okay.
Is the hammer called the Stop Hitting Yourself hammer?
I mean, best you can make out with it, it is an adamantine hammer, but there is something wrong about its enchantment.
Yeah, no shit.
There is something about it that is locked into your soul at the moment, and yeah, it's like occupying a portion of yourself to the point where you
We're
don't.
gonna crit on Vecna and KO yourself.
Yeah, maybe.
I mean, Pike,
is with
Pike,
you and
Pike, who you guys have dealt with cursed items before. This is a cursed item.
Yeah.
Can she?
Greater restoration.
Greater restoration him?
Looking.
Well, do I know it's cursed?
Why is it cursed? I mean, if he can break, like if he can just not use it, it's not that bad. You know, you take a risk at tuning something in the middle of a fucking dungeon for sure. But I really hope it's not the type of cursed object that forces you to use it while it's cursed.
That's a
But Pike
familiar
can tell
feeling.
it's
We can
From
guess at
Craven.
that shit.
Well, Craven wasn't cursed. Craven was intelligent.
That's right.
This is just a like something that's just sunk into you.
No card. Is there a card for
She's
it?
gonna try to greater restoration.
Okay.
So
So
come up now. Yeah, she'll grab him by the cheeks and squish the cheeks and say, Grog,
What?
Grog,
What?
Stop hitting yourself.
go touching things you don't know what they are. Cast Greater Restoration.
Okay, so mark off the
So
greater
I mean,
restoration.
got it.
we sort of gave it to him.
As you feel the hammer in your hand, and it's like your fingers won't let go of it, like almost clench to it. The minute she touches you, you feel this warmth kind of pass through your body, through your arms, to your hand, and with that, your fingers widen, and the hammer just falls to the ground there.
Does Greater Restoration break curses? I thought this wasn't gonna work. Am I crazy? I could have sworn that Greater Restoration didn't fix curses. I thought you needed the remove curse spell. Greater Restoration. Am I crazy? I might be. Oh my gosh, the ads. I don't have an ad block on this browser yet. Oh my god. All right. Charmed. A curse, including the target's attunement to a cursed magic item. Shit. Never mind. Well, okay, fair enough then. Matt knew that they were bringing Pike. It's a resource drain. Yeah. I definitely, like, assumed that that would not be the case, but you're right. Resource drain.
And that hold that had on you is lifted. The curse has been...
I think I'm just going to leave this here if that's cool.
Yeah, no, it's all right.
You don't want to, like...
The mom look and says, don't touch it.
Okay.
Do you have time to attune to your other thing?
Yeah, I'll pick up the blood axe out of the bag of holding and start attuning to that again.
We learned a
Trusty
valuable
blood
lesson.
axe.
Sometimes things are cool. Sometimes.
So you guys are taking a short rest?
Yeah.
To attune?
And
While she's
They probably should have had Gilmore teleport to them to the top. I'm not sure why they fly up when teleport exists for this reason. Oh, Bing Bong. This is not even considering the fact that they were on a dragon. They could have just flown straight to the top. Like, they did not have to go to the location that they did. Like, this isn't even, like, nature magic versus arcane magic, whatever. They just, like, chose not to go to Tharenfala and to go through the Titan instead. For reasons that I could not even begin to tell you. I don't know why they went here. I don't know why they keep insisting that they're not, like, ready to fly to Vecna or to go to Vecna. I don't know. I don't get their mindset right now. I don't understand. The dragon would probably be mobbed if it comes close to the top. Well, I mean, it could just go to the top and then they could all get off of it. They can cast invisibility. Like, they could have just teleported straight there. But I think they also could have very easily just, like, flown on the magic carpet with invisibility or something like that. I don't know. I'm not trying to figure out why they went through the body when they did not need to for several reasons. And to be fair to Keyleth, I don't think that prepping these sorts of magics is a bad idea at the beginning of the day, because they have not long rested in here yet. She prepped this back in... Shit, I don't even know when she prepped this. I don't know when the last long rest that they took was. Was it back in Scald Seat? That doesn't sound right. But I think it might have been. I think it might have been back in Scald Seat was the last time that... No, it would have been before. That can't be right. They must have had a long rest between now and Scald Seat. I just can't remember where. Was it like inside the Raven Queen Temple, or was that before? I can't remember when they long rested last. I know they rested in the Raven Queen Temple in the mansion before Scald Seat, but I can't remember them long resting since. So it's been a while, regardless. It's been a while since Keyleth prepped her spells. So not crazy to take these things on her end, I think, but I don't understand their decision making. Basically, after they find that the Titan is gone and they start going towards it. I don't understand most of their decision making after that. Remove curse is cheaper, but may not be prepared. Yeah, especially if you have something like Greater Restoration, it's more flexible. So I would understand having that prepared over remove curse. Yeah. Can they even long rest without it having it reach the city? I don't think so at this point. I don't think so. Yeah.
If
in caves and other natural underground settings, make a nature check.
Make a nature check.
And the radius is only 300 feet when you're underground.
Come on, purple girl, nature check.
You're in a body. Is that nature?
Okay,
What's that mean?
25.
Yeah.
25. One, this is not a natural underground location. The entirety of this area is the inside of an ancient, powerful elemental entity. Also, the spell doesn't function where nature has been replaced by construction, such as dungeons and towns. So, for the most part, that spell would not aid you. My apologies.
So, but you're not letting.
Yeah, I don't think so. He had her roll a nature check, which feels like a freebie, like, hey, you don't need to cast this. I think this is like the right call, but I'm also kind of like, well, it doesn't feel like it's not nature. Like, it just feels like a cave. So, like, I don't blame them for thinking that this might work because it doesn't feel like the interior of an ancient primordial deity. It feels like it's just underground in a cave. So, you know, I mean, good that he allowed her to roll for it and to get that information before she wastes a spell slot, but...
Let me cast it, right?
I'm not letting you cast it. The nature check was to see whether or not it would have, like, the surroundings would help you.
Okay.
So you know not to waste that spell. So as you take your short rest, you attune to your proper weapon, and you begin to talk amongst yourselves as to what the next proper path or action to take is as you climb through the crypts towards your destination. We're gonna go ahead and end tonight's session there.
Yeah.
It's just past 11, so...
I gotta take a picture of this.
Holy shit.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean... Yeah.
I mean, I know the internet has it, but...
I don't know. We'll watch the last few minutes.
We'll pick this up in a couple weeks.
Post-session
When-
cooldown.
Everything at
I'm
us.
gonna do 2 more.
This is an upward dungeon
38,
crawl.
52.
Yeah, well, shit.
I'm sorry, what did he say? It's an upward dungeon crawl? It doesn't feel like it.
Short rest, let him burn a few more hit dice.
in like an upright manner.
Oh, the Titan.
Yeah.
The Titan was thrust into the ground, like in a mountain range, and the mountain range kind of rose up around it. Like part of what, technically, and you wouldn't know this, doesn't matter. A part of the battle that smote this Titan basically thrust it downward and created the mountain range around it.
Okay. So that is the explanation for why everything is vertical rather than horizontal. That's fine. Like, I again, I don't really have anything against that as lore. I would just, if you want to keep highlighting that we're inside of a body, you know, maybe make me feel that way. You know, I don't know. The Titan got smacked with a hammer like a nail. Makes sense. Yeah, that's totally fine. I got no issues. The dungeon's just kind of boring.
Nice job, Matt.
Nice job, you guys. That was awesome. Pick this up in a couple weeks. You guys will return next week where you'll get to see this awesome man run his awesome game.
It's gonna be awesome. It's all set in the world of Alice in Wonderland.
Is it?
No.
Cool.
That would be cool.
And guys, have so much fucking fun on the playa. Recharge,
Thank you.
reset,
We will.
energize, go nuts. Miss you.
I'll miss you too, guys.
Any critters who are on the playa with these guys, they will take off their clothes if you ask them.
Please don't say
No,
that.
they need to recharge. Give them some space. Let them recharge. Let them recharge.
If you see me topless, please don't take a photo.
Oh God!
Why would you say that?
Why would you say that? It was a joke.
I know.
It was a fucking joke that the internet will take too seriously. Sure.
That's why.
I'll be topless on Sam's one shot. You can look
There
at
you
me.
go.
There you go. That'll work out
Fabulous. If you see Liam topless,
Definitely.
take all the photos.
Please do.
Take all of them.
Push-ups for 7 days. Here we go.
Will permanently fuck up your white balance.
Yeah. All right, guys. Well, we're gonna take off. Thank you so much for joining us tonight.
Dude, it would be crazy to go to like Burning Man at like being the level of famous. I've already given like a little bit of my opinion on Burning Man in general, but like going there, having like a substantial following. Whew. I hope it was nothing but good experiences and good vibes. I am maybe a little bit too worried about that sort of thing for my own good, but that would wig me out. I'm worried about playing a Vampire the Masquerade game with an audience member. Going to Burning Man, being on drugs around like people in chat. I don't know, bro. I don't know. That again, I hope it went well for him. I wish nothing but the best. But that I'm not. I don't think I'm brave enough. It was 95 good experiences and good vibes. The last 5% we don't need to talk about. Fair enough. Yep. And like that's, I know like logically it would be that. But man, I'm too I'm too introverted, man. I don't like meeting strangers normally. And it's that would be too much for me. If I'm like high as balls and I met someone from chat, I wouldn't be able to help myself from being weird about it. I wouldn't want to be weird about it. And I think I've met people twice from chat, and it was great. It was a fun time, both times. But I was very sober during those meetings. I was very sober, and it would yeah. Imagine being high as balls. That's the thing that I'm like, whoa. I don't know if I could handle that mentally. It's already socialization's a challenge. What? The internet streamer who streams alone in his room? Socialization's a challenge. Who could have guessed? But while I'm high, I don't know about that. As far as I know, they haven't gone back, or at least haven't mentioned it again. I think like not mentioning it is probably the way to go. Like I think you could probably get away with going if people don't know that you're going. But maybe I watch too many streamers. Like IRL streamers just get fucking mobbed in public, and like have had so many bad experiences, but also, so many good experiences. Like it's only a few weirdos that have to do something weird to ruin it, but I'm too socially anxious for that sort of thing. Good thing about Burning Man is you can be in costume the whole time. True. Yeah. I feel like the Titans should be nature. Didn't they make the world which the gods conquered? Yeah. I mean, it's kind of debatable if they made the world or if they just sort of vaguely existed, or if like it's honestly like anytime they talk about the founding, it is unclear what exactly the primordials like were and what exactly their place was within the ecosystem, because it is so heavily mythologized. So uncertain. Clearly they actually existed, at least to some extent, but totally unclear like what the exact status is. We know that the gods came from elsewhere, according to the Vasselheim myth. So they found the primordials in the world as is. But then it does talk about them doing quite a lot of crafting, quite a lot of separating. There's an amount of like categorization and organization, sort of like certain readings of Genesis talk about like the primordial chaos over the water, and there's some indication that maybe that passage was originally intended to describe a process of naming and organization of things that already pre-existed, not necessarily creation ex nihilo. That is a debated topic that I'm not going to get into, but that seems to be more the case with this, is that the gods came, they found what was here, and we don't really know what exactly the situation was with the primordials. The way they do Halloween episodes, I bet they could be good at not being recognized. Yeah. If it helps, I've ran games with other content creators and they are still chill with me. Absolutely no pressure. You know your comfort levels. I'm not planning on running a game soon. I think 99 times out of 100, we would be totally chill. Like, there's no one that I have around in chat. I don't keep people around in chat that I would not be chill, like running into and interacting. I just have a big, like, parasocial barrier in my head. Not parasocial, I guess, but just, like, I have a big barrier in my head of, like, privacy. It took me a long time to psych myself up to the point of, like, being able to stream, because the idea of, like, broadcasting even my face and, like, not even my full fucking name out on the internet just for anyone was a big mental barrier. So, maybe I'll get to the point where I would be more comfortable, like, casually interacting with people in chat outside of it, but right now there's definitely a bit of a block up there. But anyways, It feels weird that someone knows so much about you and you know their YouTube handle plus a few things you might recall from chat history. Yeah. It's a strange relationship. I was recently listening to a Strange Eons video where she talked about it. Shout out Strange Eons. If you know, you know, I guess. And I think it was her Dan and Phil video where she was talking about like how like interactive Dan and Phil are with their community. Like they just love interacting with their community, like kind of at every level. Even if there are, you know, the occasional shithead or whatever. And she was like talking about like that in terms of like parasociality kind of from the creators, but it being kind of like a positive parasociality, a positive relationship between creator and audience. It doesn't have to be like a barrier. Yeah, it definitely, I've thought about it a lot and I don't know where I land on it because I'm not popular enough to have to have a stance. I can let it kind of live in the vagueness of like, I'll kind of figure it out later. But yeah, I don't know. There is also an aspect of like, I know like some of like what you guys are willing to say. It's kind of a like what we do in the dark sort of thing of like, you're, you don't have like your full government names on here. So you're probably saying more than even I will to like some extent about some things because I've got my full ass face on here. So there's definitely an interesting dynamic in terms of like what we know about each other. But yeah, that's a problem for future me. Exactly. That's a problem for future me. Love Strange Eons? Hell yeah. Anyways, I'm gonna head out. I will see you all later. Hopefully next week. I don't see any reason that we wouldn't. Wait, actually, let me check. 1 second. Okay. Probably next week. Almost certainly not the 29th. Because our lease is up on the 30th. So we're moving. Moving around those days. So that probably like week of the 29th, like 2 weeks from now. Will probably be incommunicado, but next week might be good. Might be good. I don't know. There also might be. I'm hoping I have some interviews lined up. Doing some interview prep today, so I'm also not, blocking off any part of my schedule. So if they want to interview or do like a follow-up on Monday, I'll be doing that. So not sure when I'll see you guys again, but you got a place. I got a place. We got a place. I'm very excited about the place. Very excited. You guys will see it soon. We'll do not a house tour because I've seen people reverse engineer layouts and stuff, but we'll do a stream room tour when I get there. Cause I think it's gonna be sick. Job's just around the corner then. I am currently the furthest I've been in an interview process, which is very cool. And it would be part-time, which would be so sick. I haven't even wanted to hope for that. Because my ideal would be it's like a 20-hour a week sort of thing, so that I still have plenty of time to do content, and I have the more consistent cash flow coming in. I've been doing full-time applications and interviews because job market is tough. But it's the job I'm applying for is a really cool gig, really cool part-time thing, and that would be my idea. My ideal. So crossing my fingers that happens. Might not, but I'm not putting too much hope or stock into it, but it'd be cool if it did. Yeah, no house tours. Yeah. I wanted to watch a local streamer recognize their living room layout as an apartment I had looked at a week before. Yep. So no house tours, but maybe a room tour. Yeah, can't not notice. Yeah. You I don't even blame people if they do, and then if that person is, shitty, then it's a whole thing. But anyways, I'll see you all later. Thank you for joining, And maybe see you next week. Maybe see you in like 3 weeks. If I don't see you next week, it's probably going to be like a little bit less than a month till next time. So be safe. Go outside. Enjoy the summer if you're in an area where the summer is enjoyable. And I'll see you later. Bye-bye.